right in the sensitive part of my back.
Just in case you hadn't noticed. Just in case you hadn't noticed, he's helping. He's so helpful.
Best helper.
I'm excited because he started sleeping on my head again. Which is...
Did he bring his child?
No, so...
Oh, is he still sleeping in the crate?
Yeah, Merlin is still crated.
Which is usually a thing you would say about the dog, but not in this case.
Which is a thing you'd say about the dogs. Merlin is still crated for the moment until he's not a danger to himself or others.
Yeah, a less squishable size.
He's very tiny, and he is very mischievous. And, I mean, of course, he's a kitten. They're mischievous. That's how they learn. But at the same time, like, I feel bad that we are creating a cat, but at the same time, I have watched that cat literally almost murder himself 3 times this morning.
Oh, dear.
Also, it's got to be like a palace.
On the same toy. On the same toy.
Oh, buddy.
He found the blind string, and he got it around his, like, first his front paw, one of his front paws and his neck, and I took it down, put it up so he couldn't get to it. And he climbed the blinds and got it back down. He got it wrapped around his neck. I had to put it back up higher. I'm only 5 foot tall. There's only so much higher I can put it. Whoa!
Which you think would be plenty
for a... Percy, what the fuck?
Half-ounce kitten, but...
Sorry, Percy just knocked it into my monster over.
Oh, no.
Buddy. Oh, no.
Thankfully, damage was minimal because I have mom-level dex checks. I get advantage on dexterity saving throws against disaster.
Good save.
Anyway, then he got it down again, and got his tooth stuck on it.
Buddy.
At which point I got him loose and summoned Sam to put it up where no one can reach it. That was within, like a solid 5-6 minutes of each other, so he really can't be trusted while we're sleeping.
Yeah. This makes sense.
He's not smart. He is not smart. Also, he shows his love by biting our necks. Which is not something you really want at 2 in the morning.
No.
Especially because
not conducive to a good night's sleep.
And Liam shares our bed because he's still sharing right now. So, yeah, it's a whole mess. So, yeah, Merlin's kenneled. We're crate training the cat. We're seeing how it's gonna go.
I mean,
it's solidly a dorm room right now because it's gotten a little bit bigger, but yeah.
Everybody I know who fosters kittens has some sort of like crate kennel set up to keep the little ones safe.
Yeah.
So I think this is final tradition.
Mm-hmm. That's where I got it from. I was like, I know you can do this because he is a wild little child. Y'all want to play some D&D?
Let's do it.
Yes,
I
please.
should turn on OBS, and yes, also.
Okay. Who wants to talk about what happened last game?
So last game we had visitations. These included, so just going by character, Erebus paid a visit to her sibling Orin, whose internship with Bones is progressing well, and also they are dating Bones' brother. Erebus then got her journey then also involved getting some backstory from Eliana about what exactly the deal with Tiamat is. And then she got to go on a field trip to the City of the Dead in order to pick up a really cool relic of the Hunter. Grimm's activities included hearing from Bosun about what happened at Deepwater Isle. So including the pickup of the message threatening the Cairel family, among other shenanigans. They also went to go see Ilya to ask about what's up with the Vistani and Hell, and what if I were to hypothetically go to Luscombe? And then their activities also included quite a deal of scrying on their lost family members, on Tab, who is wonderfully heading off, giving tattoos in hell. They are living their best life. They had some very heartwarming conversations with Corinne. They had the beginning of some conversation with Eliana that really needed to happen. They were very brave. And, they and Eliana had a lunch. As for Corinne, she met with Lord Illatal for brunch. And there is some drama going on. Edward is continuing to try to get married without any luck. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. Gren Taldari is back in town, so there's going to be some popcorn about that. Also, Lord Argent is making connections in Elven society and hanging out with Orion and Cathra. And this naturally made Corinne head tilt a little bit. And so she arranged to meet up with Orion at the call. And it seems like he's got quite a nice relationship with Aeon Argent, but wants him to find a spouse that's good enough, but is anybody really good enough? We don't know. Corinne also went to go visit Dahlia to brief her on the Elven party. Dahlia, being the owner of a bar in the Dock Ward, knows very well what it is like to act like you own the place, so she is ready. And then Eliana went to go see Fala, planted some seeds that Karis gave her in Fala's greenhouse. Ah, yes, Dahlia is the manager. Thank you for the correction, Hannah. And Fala doesn't really know what's going on with all these poisonings, but gave some pretty good advice that, oh, hey, you might want to make sure that you've got some antitoxins and poison tests available for people. She also asked about taking both Erebus and Uriel to the Tomb of the 12, as indicated in prior recaps of the visitations. We took Erebus, we elected not to take Uriel. Talking to Grim about her intentions to stay, and she's finally realized, because sometimes she's kind of slow about these things, that she's got to do some more to act like she really wants to be a part of this group. And she called upon Macklin to ask him about metallic dragons, and we're not really sure whether he's really clueless or whether he's hiding stuff. He's a hard guy to read. She also went out with Uriel to dinner in the theater. So, lots going on in the past week. We are about 2 weeks away from the winter solstice.
Thank you. That's so thorough.
You're welcome.
Party.
All right. Anyone have anything to add?
I think I'm all set.
Yes, thank you for the recapping services.
You're welcome.
I have anything else there?
Everyone who has fancy clothes that they would have picked up at some point during this.
Yes.
Oh yes,
fancy
it's
clothes.
outfit time.
It is outfit time.
Fit check.
Oh no.
Well, I drew Erebus's dress, but also I wanted to add that she also commissioned a more formal cloak to go with it, just because it's going to be cold until they get to the garden party. So yeah, that also I assume is like white and gold and complements the fabric pretty well, but also is warm.
Definitely. I assume everyone's planning. The plan is everyone meets at the last call and heads out together. Feels like that
seems
would
a
have been
safe
established.
assumption.
Yeah.
It seems
Yeah.
it seems likely.
Yeah. Corinne, as the party expert, would know to herd the cats appropriately.
So as you all are gathering, Say will arrive with Uriel. Uriel's going to be wearing his formal clothes, much like he was in the date night side chat. But he's opted for lighter colors and lighter fabrics, because it is a garden party and he was told to dress for summer. So like a long kind of robe over a tunic, pants, tall boots. He looks very much like the nobleman that he used to be. Say has opted for something a little on the subtle side, to be honest. She's going mostly with blacks and grays, which is pretty common for her. She's got basically like a very structured type of gown, but it's open in the front to reveal that she is actually, in fact, wearing pants. Knee-high boots, and her gun belt, which has her sword on it as well. It looks like she has gone fully armored, as one does to a party. Yo!
Party hosted by one's family.
She actually has a small bag with her, and she will approach you, Corinne, as everyone gathers. Right, so, do you want to make a mediocre impression that will be easily forgettable, or do you want to make the sort of impression that gets you noticed?
Oh, I would very much like to get the latter. If we can split it out for the group's preferences, though, that would be the ideal.
I assumed because the invitation was addressed to you, you will be doing the presenting of the gift.
Oh, absolutely.
Gift. I got this for you, and she picks out a small red bottle and hands it to you. And you've seen a greater healing potion before. This looks something like that. Looks like a greater healing potion. There's like in a fancy gilded bottle.
Corinne will take it. Excellent. And kind of like looks, checks herself, because there's not a lot of room for pockets in this dress. It is fairly fitted. She's wearing something that resembles this number, lavender lace.
Look, we've both got quick hands. Why don't I stealth it to you before the presentation?
Grim would have cleared their throat when they saw Corinne looking for a pocket, and would be holding a hand out at this point, because they definitely have some sort of long coat situation that has good pockets. But is not going to fight safe for it.
Appreciate it, to say. So yes, as we are preparing to enter, just hand it, we'll do the exchange, and I will present, and ta-da, honored, etc. What a lovely event. Your home is wonderful. Oh, everyone's you've spared no expense, etc., etc., etc. The rest of you can all mill about as I am blathering on, as you so desire.
My God, it sounds like you've done this before.
Oh, you don't say!
I do say.
You are say. Grinning very widely.
Grim, chokes on a laugh. Is Dahlia here yet?
Dahlia arrives during all of this. She's wearing, she's gone pretty conservative. She's wearing a very straightforward dress. Nothing that's going to stick out, but in either direction. Very much, a kirtle, with fancy embroidery on the sleeves and on the hem. It's delightful. Very tasteful. She looks like she's very clearly gone for tasteful.
Grim will wave and approach, but will not otherwise interrupt this conversation.
Right. Hi. This is very strange.
Is it really?
I've never done this part before.
Well, maybe not like this, but you've certainly attended things.
Like, I mean things, but not like this.
I would say you should that I will show you around, but I probably won't. She will, though. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm here too. It will be fun.
And Grim will offer their arm.
And she'll take it.
Lead her over to the group.
And Say kind of looks at you all. So, the carriage is right outside, because it is fucking cold out. And I am not wearing my coat.
Are we all going to fit?
We should.
Do we? Eliana looks around. Is everybody here?
Yep, Uriel has joined you and is kind of just being quiet. Say nods. Unfortunately, Alina was drawn to a bit of a, situation at the City of the Dead.
No.
Elena, we were looking forward to having you.
Oh,
I'm going to cast Sending to Alina.
I hope it's all okay.
Sure. Sending?
Sending, yes.
All
Liches or bitches? That's it. That's the sending.
You get a response back. Fucking liches. It is the worst. Yes, Mama, I'm coming.
Quick head shake. She sounds like she's having a very good time.
I suppose that's good.
Question about sending. Is Grim asking the question out loud, or just in their head?
I don't know if that's... I don't know, DM, do you have an opinion? I have no opinion. Or it does not stipulate in the text.
You know what? As long as you don't hold me to it, situationally, I say you can make the choice up to you.
Delightful. I think Grim defaults to not talking aloud anyway. So I think they tend to they would cast telepathically only unless it is necessary to do otherwise.
Sounds good. In that case, Eliana will say, "You would have had a better time with us, but City of the Dead is what it is."
Maybe she'll show up later.
Maybe.
Gods, I hope not. Knowing my cousin, she'd show up covered in the viscera of a flesh golem. Though it could be fun.
It would certainly get the people talking.
Does that count as Ultra Spring?
Grim looks low-key like they're hoping for this.
I am not sure if that counts as spring. That's definitely more of a full monster. Right then. And he will lead the way, opening the carriage doors, for all of the companions.
Yeah.
I think we just all pile in, right?
Yeah.
I think
It is
so.
a fairly large.
Yeah.
It is a fairly large carriage that's been brought. It'll be a tight squeeze. Everyone will have to, like, there's the legs will be touching, but you all can fit.
We're all friends here. Except I don't think Erebus has met Dahlia, but it's fine.
And Grim would not have thought to introduce her. Oh, sorry, Rebecca.
All right then.
Oh, I have a question. Which eye patch is Grim wearing?
Yes, which eye patch is Grim?
Shoot, I need to look at the list again. Here we go. Utterly without comment, the black black and red. The red eye patch with the black lace overlay.
Corinne has similarly made no comment, but just looks generally smug.
Like more than usual when attending a party.
But like 2 notches.
Delightful.
Meanwhile, when Aliana clocks the new iPad, she gives Grim a nod.
Also, Bosun is wearing a tuxedo. It's not a
Oh,
tuxedo.
that's right! I didn't hear about
They
Bosun's
could
tuxedo!
not- They could not.
Yes.
It's more like a fancy cape with a bow tie on the front.
Oh,
'Cause
buddy!
the tuxedo
One's
turned
so
out to be
cute.
slightly harder to make happen, and still allow Bosun movement. So it is in fact
There are
a
a lot of
fancy cape.
tentacles.
Um,
Amazing. Important question. Is Bosun, so I can't find I don't think I transcribed yet the colors that Grim was, the outfit that Grim was, Aelin was hooking Grim up with. Doesn't really matter. It is Grim style and more or less appropriate, but still very Grim style.
it's in mostly muted greens and a few
Okay.
grays. Like it is.
Is Bosun coordinated with Grim's outfit or with Corinne's outfit?
So bow tie matching Grimm's outfit, but outfit actually coordinated like cape. Merlin, unnecessary.
Merlin. He also wants a bow tie and a cape.
He probably would eat it. Like that's what he was trying to do to my microphone. Anyway, so probably like the soft green bow tie to match Grim, but the cape is definitely cut from the same material as Corinne's dress.
Amazing.
Love it.
And I think Grim's outfit's probably like similar in general style to Say's,
Probably, yeah.
different colors and several notches more mask.
Yes, and Say just decided not to fuck with the theme and just dressed like it was going to be warm. She is wearing formal wear. She is at least wearing formal wear, but she is not on theme. She seems to be going for I am a gunslinger. Her whole vibe is I am a gunslinger.
Fair enough.
Good vibe. Also, I have not paid my outfit description.
Oh!
Yes, give.
Yeah. So the dominant color theme is kind of a sage green. That's what the back and forth over of do I have to wear pastels ultimately landed on. And so so it's a it's kind of it's a vest over kind of it's actually so kind of going with a jacket over a blouse, and then another set of tailored green pants. She's styled her hair kind of. The inspiration for her hairstyle is like kind of 1920s cut, and she got herself a couple of white gold floral hair pieces.
Nice.
Love that.
I'm probably going to be commissioning some art of this.
Hell yes.
Amazing. Oh my goodness. I love all of it.
All right, as you will ride to Cairel Manor.
Ooh. I need to zoom way out.
Is there a hedge maze?
The whole it's a Victorian rose garden, but it's very reminiscent of a hedge maze. The whole garden.
Love that for us.
Oh, that person with the bun kind of looks like me.
Ooh.
Do we enter through? Are we?
If you
look
look
at all
at the
those
very
people.
bottom, you'll see where
Bottom.
I have the NPCs listed.
I'm gonna zoom way in so that I only see what Grim would see so far. Is this Dahlia next to Corinne?
Yes. So they should be labeled. If you can't see them, let me know,
Oh,
and I will fix them.
no, cannot see the
Cannot see the labels.
bars.
Okay, give me a moment. Everyone's nameplate should be Merlin.
Oh no.
Why are you not showing nameplates? Hold on. Google will know.
Meanwhile, I'm scanning the crowd for redheads.
There's a lot of them.
There's 2 in that room. There's 1 in that room. There's Lord Argent.
Oh, I haven't found him yet.
Advanced player permissions. Name C. Okay.
I do think the
I have also found El Rey.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't found El Rey.
I assume. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah, go
But I
ahead.
assume that's him in the center with the.
The blue
Oh.
grin.
That was my assumption, yeah.
Oh, next to Rahadin.
Yeah. Oh, Vahadin. Yes. Yes.
I definitely stole it. It's Mr. Scarin tonight. Give me a moment.
Excellent.
Oh, where Roll20 changes everything all of the time, and I hate it. Sorry. Advanced options were here somewhere.
There's a way to do all nameplates at once. I don't know where it is, but I'm excited to find out.
Oh boy. If I have to redo all of these, we're gonna be here all night. I might just do the relevant ones as they become relevant.
That's totally
Yep.
reasonable.
Extremely fair.
Yes, absolutely.
Most of these people have names.
And if you want, I'm happy to pop back into GM permissions and click tokens while you.
I'm just trying to figure out where they've hidden this setting now, because we made this work for the other party.
Oh.
Show nameplates to all players. It says under the advanced tab. What advanced tab? In what?
I do think the carriage ride was the point at which Grim realized how many redheads were in the party. And they just got very quiet. But like even quieter than usual.
Sorry, I thought I could swear I had made all of this advanced and legacy settings, maybe? No, this is all about lighting. Fuck you and your lighting, Roll20.
Oh.
Oh.
Merlin, now is not the time to be on my keyboard. His name might not be Uriel Taldori by the end of this, because I can't get the damn things to work. Can you see them now?
No.
Does it say players save settings?
Oh, there's one. I
Ooh,
see Uriel's.
you see Uriel's. Okay. I can't mass edit. This is why I'm moving to Foundry in almost all my games. Alright. Can you guys see Uriel, Say's, and Dahlia's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will at least get the people that you know labeled. Peria is somewhere. Alright, we'll focus about that later. Okay.
That feels appropriate.
At least
We'll
these
learn
three.
people's names
As you learn people's names.
as we learn people's names.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. All of us are going to be learning people's names.
Yeah, yeah. Is there a way to
It's
show
true.
only people who aren't me the nameplates?
Fair.
That's true. Bosun is very invested in learning everyone's
Bosun
names.
is.
Yeah.
Say walks right in. Like she lives here.
Corinne will follow pretty close on her tail. Because she has the gift, and we want to make sure we don't screw up that exchange.
Right. Eliana will follow. But she isn't looking to get too far ahead of anybody, just looking to head on in.
I was trying to
Stay
decide
with
if
the
Bosun
party,
was
yeah.
visible or not. I think at this point he is not. He is following Corinne. Corinne will offer Dahlia their arm again and follow pretty closely.
You see Say...
And Erebus will follow them.
Great. You see Say, as she enters, places her hand on this golden orb that's sitting very prominently. It's not large. I'd probably say maybe a foot in diameter. But you see her place her hand on the orb and just kind of move by it, like that is just what you do when you enter an elven household.
Corinne follows her lead, puts a hand on the orb for the appropriate amount of time, and then follows.
I feel a vague tingling sensation, but nothing exceptional.
By awakened mind, as Say walks away, what does it do?
Oh, it's an it's an orb of cleansing. So just if you have any dirt on your shoes or anything like that, it gets rid of it.
Oh.
Grim will hover their hand over the orb. But Bosun will come back and slap a wing on it.
Bosun feels tingly and very clean.
Yeah.
He makes a small chainsaw noise.
Erebus will also touch the orb for the appropriate amount of time. Such a weird sentence to say.
Hey, y'all asked for cultural differences. Yeah. Guess what?
No, I love it. It's just like those are a set of words that came out of my mouth.
I will touch the orb for an appropriate amount of time. All right. Say kind of appears in the doorway, like heading this way, and then like remembers, and then steps back.
Fantastic.
Corinne will take the will like pause to collect the gift.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just kind of like, is there someone who does the formal announcements, or does one do it themselves?
Oh, you do. You just you'll approach the high table. We will all curtsy or bow as appropriate, and you will introduce yourself.
Delightful.
And your party members, whoever you would like to introduce. Frankly, it would be hilarious if you introduced me, but you don't have to.
By awakened mind, you do have to, though.
Excellent. So Corinne will enter. This is the doorway here, yeah?
Yes, that is the doorway.
Okay, perfect. She will enter, like kind of sweeping her skirts in, which are...
You got the robe of... you got basically the cloak of billowing enchantment.
Hell
put
yes,
on your
I did.
clothes, so they billow naturally.
Yes, just a spring breeze wherever I go. So kind of walking in, striding straight over to the high table, deep curtsy, presenting the gift in front of me. It's like, greetings. Introductions. My name is Corinne Eleanor Regina Mcathra of the Waterdeep Mcathras. This is my retinue, including Say Cairel, Uriel Taldore, Dahlia, Eliana, Grim, Erebus, and Bosun, though you can't see him right now.
There's a very quiet little, very quiet chainsaw noise from Corinne's left.
And then she will place the, Corinne would know this, I don't. The actual gift, is there someone who comes and retrieves it, or do you put it on the actual table itself?
On the table itself. And then it is handed to. It is appropriately observed and handed to a servant who is standing nearby. Kane, do you want to describe yourself?
So, seated between the two redheads at his left and right is the patriarch of the family. Easily noticeable by his larger chair and a very ornate, almost uniform-like dress in black, trimmed in red with the Cairel rose embroidered over one chest. He kind of sits back in his chair looking very distant and remote as you approach the table, and then his eyes kind of flick and hold on you for a moment as he inclines his head at your introduction and the presentation of your gift.
And then she leaves it at the table and takes a step back, and then I guess it's observed, correct? But all is involved in observation of a gift.
The Lady Ancathra and her retinue is welcome.
Thank you ever so much for the invitation. Your home is splendid, and you've clearly spared no expense in the entertainment.
Indeed. I have ensured only the best is provided for my guests. I do hope you enjoy the wine.
She curtsies deeply once more. It's like, I look forward to tasting it, my lord.
He inclines his head again, and his eyes flick towards Say for a moment. Welcome, granddaughter. I had not expected you to attend this meeting tonight.
Well, my friends wanted to come.
I hope you enjoy yourself.
And she will incline her head.
I need a monologue from Say, please.
I am a grown-up, I am a grown-up, I am a grown-up, I am a grown-up, I am a grown-up.
God, who among us?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Are the redheads to Aurelius's either side anyone that we know or recognize?
Well, let's see here. This one you recognize, at least, because she has been pointed out to you, well, at least Corinne. So, you recognize Ilrine Cairel.
Ah.
Let's see.
She was the Say doppelganger at the at Lord Elray's shindig.
That's right.
Kane gets his nameplate put up.
Oh, Kane. I'm sorry. I don't know who Aurelius is.
It's Aurelius Kane Cairel. It's a whole ass name.
Ah.
One of those.
Yeah.
Depends on who you talk to is what name you get. All right, those should have their names up.
They do.
All right.
Yes. And we haven't seen Hastus before, have we?
No. Context clues, though. Has the same blue eyes as Say. So, I'm sure that some of you could make the assumption. Say will give you a nod, Corinne, and then just kind of like duck her head to the side.
Great. Corinne takes the hint, curtsies once more, and then moves to mingle.
Mm-hmm.
Erevis would like to catch up with Say for a minute at this point, just to check in.
Sure.
Okay, so she also curtsies on her way away and then follows Say a little ways away and just kind of whispers, Are you alright?
I'm fine. It's been a little bit since I've been home.
Okay. I'm sorry Alina's not here with you.
It's fine. Probably for the best, to be honest. I don't think that she would. We should scatter space out chaos.
Fair enough.
Actually, there is someone I would like to introduce you to.
Okay.
Aravis, come here. And she will bring you over to a young lady.
Okay.
Doop, 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 doop. Name, plate, advanced, C. Aravis, this is Lyra. Lyra, this is Aravis. Aravis is, a friend of mine. Aravis, this is Lyra. Lyra is my older brother's fiance.
Oh, lovely to meet you.
She gives you a big smile and nods. It's nice to meet you too. Vaxeldon. Shush. Sorry. Dogs are not canon. So if anyone, it would be Lyra. She looks at your pseudo-dragon on your shoulder and just lets out this, like, squee noise. She is so excited. Oh, what a cute little thing!
Yes, this is my companion, Bianca.
Does it...
Aravis takes Bianca from her shoulder and offers her out.
Oh, yes. Lyra is all about that.
Are you fond of creatures then?
She nods. I will never forget the first time Say brought people home. There was an axebeak, a cat made of metal, and the raccoon.
Oh, that does sound very exciting. Bianca wants to know if Lyra has any treats.
Lyra is very, very, is like, do you like cheese? Has pulled a piece of very fancy cheese from her plate and is just straight feeding from the plate.
Ooh, yes, Bianca is excited to try cheese. She's probably had some cheese before, but not like super fancy cheese like this. She's like, ooh, new cheese.
New cheese, who dis? I can't believe I made that
yes,
joke.
she will try most things. She'll try most things. So I think that she's going to be very excited to sample a bunch of new foods that she's never had before.
Well, it's a good party for that. The buffet is through there if you want to check it out.
Oh, wonderful. I definitely will.
Have you been to many of these parties?
This is my first. I have been in and out of Waterdeep for the past few years. My younger sibling is an intern at the Wizard's Tower, but never long enough to go to a party quite like this. It just so happens that a friend of mine was invited and asked me to come. So,
is that Master Cross Wizard Tower? I think he's the only one taking students at the moment. No, at least with any regularity.
Yes.
Well, you'll be among friendly faces. He's here. I think he's in the garden.
Oh, wonderful. Great. Yes. It's been a while since I've seen him. I've mostly just seen my sibling and their tutor. So that'll be great.
And she gives you a nod.
Yeah. Have you lived in Waterdeep all your life?
No, I spent a little bit of time in Neverwinter and then in Baldur's Gate before moving here. My family travels a little bit.
Oh, okay.
We do mostly shipping.
Makes sense. And how did you and your fiancé meet?
Oh, it was arranged. But he's very pleasant.
I'm so glad to hear that you don't always, She clearly checks what she was about to say, 'cause she's like, wait, this is not a place where I can be as frank as I would like to be. It's always nice to see arranged matches work out. So I hope that you're doing really well.
Monologue token Erebus.
Okay. Let's see. Oops, shouldn't say that. Can't. Gotta remember this is a fancy party, that you don't really speak your mind, and I've become way too used to speaking my mind in the past couple of weeks. So be polite. Don't embarrass Corinne. Don't embarrass Say. Don't embarrass my friends. Be polite. Be fancy elf.
Fancy
That's
elf.
the monologue.
All right. Corinne, what's your passive
Yes.
perception?
20.
20.
Disgusting.
Yeah. You notice that there are wine bottles on each table, because of course there are. This is a fancy party. They're not cheaping out in the wine.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize these wine bottles.
Are they Amcathra wine bottles?
They are Mkathra wine bottles.
Oh, I am delighted. I will go to the nearest one, which we'll call that this table over here, because the others look like they have multiple people hovering around them. And I will pour myself a glass. Who is this interesting looking person also at this table?
It is a dark-haired human woman. She is sitting back, and kind of just watching everything, drinking a glass of wine. She gives you a nod as you approach. If you want a bigger selection, there's a wine room right there, and she'll point to the room across the room across the room. It feels like a weird thing to say, but it is a manner.
Oh, wider selection. Oh dear. It turns out I'm very familiar with this this particular vintage. Actually, she extends her hand as like in a introductory gesture. Corinne Amcathra. This is my family's label.
Oh, and you're to thank. Soli.
Lovely to meet you. How do you spell that, Heather?
Soli. Nameplate incoming.
Delightful. Soli, how do you have the pleasure of knowing the hosting family?
Oh, work acquaintances.
Got it. I actually know their daughter rather well, and there's a
Which daughter?
Say actually.
Oh, you can come sit at my table.
Oh. Are you familiar? Are you friendly with Say?
She looks at Say, who is like literally just around the corner, shakes her head and goes, "No, but she has all the best stories about her, at least."
Oh, I see. The invitation technically came from oh gosh, I haven't seen her. And she looks around for Cressida.
Cressida is not in this room.
Okay. No, I actually, I don't know if you're familiar with Cressida. She actually was the one who procured the invitation for me. I am rather impressed that they have. I did not know that my grandparents knew them. I'm assuming it's my grandparents who know Lord Cairel. But it's this is my second Elven Society function, actually. So I find it so fascinating how different they all are from each other.
Different and the same, I find.
I don't suppose there's going to be a gigantic fish presentation at this one.
Gods no, I hope Aelray kept the fish at home. Though it's kind of up in the air. I could see him smuggling one in just as an emotional support fish.
Has he arrived yet, or shall we have the pleasure of finding out in real time?
He's in the garden, I believe, or at least the conservatory.
Ah, alas, we shall not know.
Yet. But
Yet.
it's still very early.
It is. It's quite a lot of people here for so early in the evening.
Well, elven parties tend to go long. And you want to stay and drink the host's booze and eat all of their food for as long as possible, because if you can get at least 2 meals out of it.
That's
I mean,
fair.
we're here to socialize and enjoy the hours together.
Yes, of course. Enjoy the company of one another and definitely not get irresponsibly intoxicated.
Indeed that. And she takes a sip of her wine. Right, did you need introductions to people? I am willing to introduce you to one person in exchange for one insane say story.
Oh, I don't know if I'm the right person to tell insane say stories. I think she adopted a child recently.
Oh, really?
I'm not entirely certain.
Kane, why don't you roll me a perception check?
Ooh. All right.
And you're a DM, you can pick whatever stat block you feel is, or modifier you feel is relevant to Kane. Or you can use Kane's stat block, I know you have it.
That's a good point. Let me just get a roll here.
It's gonna take me a hot second. Don't reveal anything until I let this dog out, because he's driving me bonkers.
Sure.
Oh,
We'll have
That gives me a
a
moment to actually check his stack block.
dramatic pause while we wait to find out if... Mish, can you remind me, is Kane Say's father or grandfather?
Grandfather in this
Thank
setting.
you. Oh, that's right. Father is the nice one. Sort of.
That's exactly right.
In his way. He tries.
He is Ilreen's father.
Thank you.
And back, sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
No worries.
What was that roll?
We'll I'll tell you right now. 1 second.
Oh,
Sorry,
sweet.
I was asking a family tree question.
Oh, yeah, sure. What was that?
Oh, just I was trying to remember if Kane was
okay.
I'll shut up. That was the answer.
That total is going to be 18.
Yeah. How loudly are you talking, Corinne? Like normal volume?
Oh, no, this would be like for Soliana's, intended for Soliana's ears.
Okay. Cool. Good to know. Thank you.
So then Corinne kind of leans in. So who's... I don't know if I want to meet the most interesting person here or the... Yes, let's go with the most interesting one.
Well, the most interesting person here won't be in this room. And she's going to stand and head out.
All right, I will follow closely behind.
Bosun follows. Invisibly.
Probably around this time, anyone paying attention in the room would see Kane lean over to speak quietly to Ilreen and Hastos, and then stand up and make his way out of the room.
Can I... Well, it depends. has Dahlia left Grim in her dust at this point, or is Dahlia seem a little nervous?
I don't think Dahlia's nervous, but she is just kind of taking everything in. She is making a battle plan. You have seen Dahlia look at a stack of dishes and make a battle plan. This is the exact same look on her face.
Excellent. So I think in that point we would have like I think Dahlia maybe this is one of the reasons we got on as well as we did despite the many differences. I think Dahlia's making a battle plan is highly compatible with Grim's hiding on the wall, taking everything in. So I think where we've chosen wouldn't have seen the whisper, but would notice Kane walking out. Can I get a vibe check?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
As I am sort of taking in the room in general. 23.
Oh, that's a very good vibe check. Let me check some real quick. He seems nonplussed. Not moving out of kind of almost like a business-like expression on his face. Making some casual greetings as he crosses the floor. Doesn't look too perturbed in any direction or another.
Okay. Then I clock that he's left, but will not otherwise react. Thank you.
Eliana has meanwhile she has cleared the presentation area, knowing that more people are going to be coming through there. But she hasn't made a move toward any party goers or anything like that.
Would you like a glass of wine?
Oh yes, I would. Thank you.
Happily. And he will actually he'll think about going to the wine room and then just lean over to the table and pour a glass.
There's wine bottles on the table.
There are.
Excellent.
Kathra wine bottles in red and white.
Well, how appropriate, Eliana says when she observes the label. Burn will be placed. I know that we've spoken about. I know you've talked about being able to be arm candy, but I've recognized I've never done this before. I've never gone to a party with a date, and I find myself not knowing what to do.
Well, we can stroll the gardens with our wine glasses and ooh all over all the flowers. I believe that there will probably be some sort of event set up, some sort of activities to do before the activities start.
I was going to say that sounds lovely. I know they do want us to see their gardens, and I believe they're very impressive. What are you meaning by activities?
Usually there's some sort of planned entertainment.
Ah. It seems like a good way to spend some time.
Okay. And he will lead you. He'll offer you an arm to lead you out to the gardens, past the buffet.
And she will accept us to the gardens we go.
You're the first person to find Elray.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, lucky you!
Incredible.
All right. Elray standing with it looks like a servant of some description, near him, having a conversation.
All right, and Eliana has been to the fish party. She has not interacted with Lord Elray, but she knows who he is.
All right, did you bring your emotional support fish today?
Yes.
How are you carrying your emotional support fish?
So floating beside Elray in a what appears to be just this moat of slowly warbling, slowly bubbling, a tiny sphere of water with bits of liquid that kind of fleck off and reform. There appears to be a very round, splotchy, and prickly fish. Its face is very scrunched up, as though it was aggressively inflated. It's kind of like a pug, but a fish. Mostly yellow with splotches of brown, and a little bit of red in its cheeks. Agitated, it kind of bounces around inside of the sphere.
His attendant is standing determinedly on the far side of the emotional support fish.
Oh, what an extraordinary fish, Eliana blurts out before she can help herself.
He looks in your direction and it's kind of like eyes lock as he finds a fellow lover of sea life. I see you've taken a liking to Fugu. He's quite a kind fish. Welcome to the party.
Thank you. How are you able to discern whether a fish is kind or not?
He glances toward the fish and looks back to you with a smile. We're all children of the sea. I find the heart of all sea dwellers are filled with kindness by their very nature, though some may be misunderstood. He kind of reaches up and pets the fish.
We are. I'm not familiar with that story, but I suppose there's something to it.
He nods with this kind of placid smile, withdrawing his hand from the bubble. Kind of wipes it on his the side of his nice robes, which are somewhat dampened. It seems this is not the first time that he has attempted to pet the fish.
My lord, your handkerchief.
Oh, yes, I suppose the handkerchief would make a bit more sense. The robe is right here, after all.
It is important to maintain a certain sense of decorum, my lord.
Oh, decorum, smacorum, decorum.
I believe you are making up words again.
Eliana regards the attendant. I don't believe I've met you before. I'm Eliana, and I am here with Uriel Taldore.
Yeah, Uriel
The
Lauren
slightly
Clinus, yeah.
older man with portraying far too much dignity than one ought to display at even the best of times, inclines his head. I am Scarin, Lord Elray's escort for the evening.
And do not forget friend, my friend.
And friend.
Try to get a vibe read on the relationship between these two.
Yup, that would be an insight check.
Heather, you're muted in case you are.
Yes, I was talking. I forgot I muted myself proactively along with everyone else.
I made extremely reasonable.
Yep, so for that will be that'll be an insight check.
Oh,
that's a crit.
Eliana, do you want to meet me in Whispers, please?
Yeah. So I disconnect from this and then I connect into Whispers.
Oh, nope, you just double click on the Whispers button.
Thank you.
Okay, so you mostly get that, this is a long-suffering servant and Aelray. And most servants of Aelray would probably be long-suffering. You get a faint hint of just kind of like enmity underneath it. Could be nothing, could be something. You don't know. He doesn't seem to like Aelray over much.
I mean, seems kind of relatable.
Yep. But that's what you get.
Awesome, thank you.
Surely he means the bubble. He's gotta mean
No.
the bubble.
He means the fish. And Fugu is shying away from the hand. I just feel the need to say that.
I mean, yeah, fish not fun. How do you spell fugu? Is it F-U-G-U or is it?
F-U-G-U.
Okay, thank you.
Incredible.
Wow.
Okay, it's muting again.
Anyway,
Welcome
carry on.
back.
A pleasure to make both of your acquaintance. Well, the two of us were about to head on out to observe the gardens in full springtime bloom. So we'll be on our way. But it was nice to see the both of you.
And it was a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Eliana, that is such a beautiful name. Uriel, I do believe I have heard of you as well. You are a healer. Oh, that must be such a stressful job. You do such a good thing. There is such love and kindness in your heart. I can see it. He reaches out and kind of aggressively reaches for Uriel's hands to shake them up and down. Make up this little bit like mistiness in his eyes.
Yeah, Uriel definitely gives him a firm handshake back.
He reaches and he tries to shake Eliana's hands with as much like friendliness, aggressive friendliness. Whether or not you shy away from that is up to you. His hands are wet.
She accepts the initial handshake, but then once things have gone past a socially appropriate amount of time, she will attempt to take her hand back.
There's no space, my lord.
He clasps his hands together. Mr. Scarron, now you should shake their hands as well. We are all friends, us children of the sea.
I believe it is not customary for friends to shake one another's hands.
Oh, they kind of scratches his head. Mr. Scarron, I do believe you are right. And he reaches his arms up and attempts to hug Mr. Scarron. Friends hug.
My lord, your hands are still wet.
Yes, most of me is wet. I have been petting this bubble for the better part of the hour.
I am well aware, my lord.
Pats him on the back a few times and proceeds to
Aaron
wipe his hands a little bit.
endures.
Yes, well, don't let me keep you here. You have things to do and flowers to observe.
Uriel,
Yes.
Uriel will give a bow and just not quickly, but with the stride of a confident doctor, walk right the hell away.
Eliana inclines her head and departs as well.
Enjoy the pastries.
Once out of earshot, oh good, there are pastries. Oh my. Well, I did not have the pleasure of speaking with him at the last party. I have now.
What sort of fish was that? Is that a puffer fish? I heard they were poisonous.
I've never seen its like before.
Ow! Sir. Can you please reconsider your life choices? Nope, not that way. Consider your life choices over there. Sorry about that. There was a kitten eating my ear. And since my ears are in headphones, that's a feat.
He is baby.
All right, so why don't we have a total informal initiative roll for everyone?
For a combat that is definitely not happening, I am rolling Bosun into the
Don't
initiative
worry,
on his own.
If there's a combat, you guys can roll new initiative.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh,
Love that
interesting.
for us.
But this is just initiative for...
Social initiative.
This is a social initiative, correct.
Oh, Corinne got away from Bosun for a second. I fixed it.
Why is everyone on this list twice?
Oh
no.
Doing that
We
again.
can only see them once. That's irritating.
Okay. Alright, everyone's rolled. Erebus, what did you roll? You rolled...
Oh, Marina, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself and technology was like, you don't get to have this.
Actually,
window
you're only on this
anymore."
list twice, or only on this list once, so you're fine. Grim, what did you actually roll? Looks like it was a 12.
12.
So I'm
Okay.
deleting the 17.
Initiative. There we go.
Or I'm at least zeroing out the 17. Corinne, you rolled a 14, zeroing out the 8. Eliana,
No valid token was selected. I don't know how
9,
to
4.
do this.
No, you're fine. You're on the board, whether it's from last time or this time. Let's just not roll initiative again for him.
Okay.
To save me the DM struggle.
Because I did just roll, but I don't see myself.
I see you here. I don't know why. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Erebus is not on the player-facing turn order.
I'm gonna clear all. And I'm gonna manually add you all because this is a thing that's happening. Alright.
Okay.
Add turn?
Today on Roll20 is weird.
Oh, roll 20. Why? Why you do? Alright. Sorry, it just refreshed the page for me.
Oh.
Oh no.
This is not a small page to load.
It's giving us a chance to fully process what just happened.
What just happened?
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Well done, guest players.
Indeed. Oh, for a second I thought Elri was going to try to call her Olenya.
Oh no.
My
That
only
wouldn't
regret
have
is
gone
that
well
we don't
for
have
him.
a token for Fugu.
Alas.
Maybe when she tries to go back inside.
Alright, Corinne, you are on the board with a 14. That seems correct. Bosun, what did Bosun get?
6.
6. Okay. Eliana. Got a 9.
That is a 9.
Amazing, thank you.
Okay. Can you please just accept the new numbers that I have put in? Thank you. Okay. I think we have... Alright, descending order. Corinne!
Yes.
For the secret that you shared, you were being introduced to the most interesting person at the party. At least in Soli's opinion.
Okay. Seems fine.
At which point she pulls you over to a elven gentleman. Kind of, he just, his whole vibe is long. He's probably about 6 foot tall. He's he's kind of thin. He's got a lanky vibe to him, but not lanky in the awkward sense, but lanky in the he's just got long limbs. He's very like he looks exceptionally elven.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, Soli goes, "All right, Corinne. This is Micah. Micah, this is Corinne. Micah is a master swordsman."
Oh! And Corinne extends a hand in greeting. Corinne and Catherine, my family makes weapons.
Really? He kind of will take your
Indeed.
hand, and he'll do that thing. He'll do the exceptionally polite and gallant thing where he kisses like above your hand. He doesn't kiss your hand specifically.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she kind of like inclines her head in acknowledgement. It's like, yes, I remember fencing with my well, they were the family heirloom swords that were part of the crest on the wall, and I definitely stole them off the wall more than once. But yes, your name was one that was, I feel like, potentially bandied about by my grandparents, although I have to admit I never really listened to them 90% of the time.
Well, I'm glad to have made it into the 10%.
And what is your connection to the, and she kind of like vague gesture of like this whole place?
Oh, I was invited by Rotha Cairel, and he'll motion his head to Rotha, who is standing near you. You've not met Rotha, I don't think.
No.
I
don't believe we have.
She's taller. She's probably about 5'6". She's got short hair. That's actually kind of a pixie cut at the moment. Much like the other Cairels, darker skin, red hair. She's dressed much like Say is, to be honest, in a kind of very structured. It would be a gown, but it's open at the front and has pants, so it's almost kind of more of a robe. Hers is cut higher. It's cut to like maybe just at her calf, so she can walk without any fear of tripping, or maybe even more than walk without any fear of tripping. She inclines her head to you as she's pointed out.
Yes, and Corinne kind of like nods her head in acknowledgement, and then turns back to Micah. It's like, well, to be directly connected to the family itself and receive an invitation that way, surely they must think very highly of you.
Well, I've only beat Rotha a few times. Rotha narrows her eyes at him and crosses her arms.
I would like to get a vibe check.
Sure.
Because that sounds fun for me. It's an 18.
18. She's not angry or mad. It's just that this is not her ideal introduction. Being introduced as the person who has lost sword fights to me might not be her ideal introduction.
I can't imagine why. Delightful. So Corinne, I think we'll just kind of like, what sort, so are you, do you craft or do you train? Which type of sword mastery is your specialty?
Training, primarily, though we do exhibition fights. That's how I know Rotha.
Oh, lovely. What blade is your preference?
I'm fond of the rapier, but I am handy with a scimitar as well.
I personally am quite fond of the rapier myself.
Oh, maybe we can get you to join in the exhibition then.
How often are the exhibitions held? I'm a bit surprised well, my grandparents probably just never brought them up around me in attempts to discourage my learning. It's interesting how the authority in your household will have a way of doing that.
They truly will. They hold people back from greatness on occasion.
I absolutely agree.
Oh, it just means you have to
She
be
kind of like,
exceptional to get through.
well, one certainly puts one's mind to practice, and when one practices with diligence, then the skill tends to come along with it.
We do exhibition fights, more or less monthly on a rotating basis at various inns and taverns. High quality ones, of course.
Oh, of course. You would not be present among this collective if they want high quality.
Where are you currently staying? I can give you send you an invitation to our next one.
Currently I'm residing at the Last Call, in Trollskull Alley, in the North Ward.
I will send an invitation with instructions on how to get to our next one.
It's delightful. Micah, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. I hope we continue this discussion at some point in the future.
I hope so as well. And he gives you a little bit of a wink.
She grins, kind of raises her glass in a salute, sips, and then will head to the door to find others to mingle with.
Sounds good. Grim. Dahlia will give you a quick nod and will forge away into the crowd. Actually, she's going to head to the wine room.
Grim will like slide half a step sideways along the wall, look like over their shoulder into the wine room by awakened mind. I assume you won't need me.
I appreciate your concern, but I think that me and my new friend here have everything under control.
Is she getting different wine to mingle, or is she taking over the wine room to hand out wine?
No, she has got a glass in her hand and has just swept up this young lady next to her. This is Nimue, my new friend, and we're going to go meet everyone.
Still telepathically. Remember, this is one-way telepathy.
Oh, she's saying it out loud because that's why she's got to answer out loud.
Excellent. Yes, excellent. Grim will just sort of give a little wave through the door, still telepathically. Enjoy. And then we'll lean back into the corner, scan the room. I don't think I recognize anyone here. I think I'm just gonna scan the room, realize that everyone I know has left, which is fine. Will, I think, just sort of start threading my way through. Did we see on the way in anything that looked like sort of a higher vantage point or any way to get a look at the whole place at once? Looks like not from the architecture.
No, you'd have to go upstairs, and you know enough about fancy parties to realize that might be a no-no. Mm-hmm, whether or not fair. Grim abides by that no-no is kind of up to Grim.
Yeah, they're really looking for sort of a vantage point, and if it doesn't look like there's like a balcony that they could like stand on and not be summarily removed from, they're not inclined to do that at this point. So I think they just sort of stroll a bit. Poke their head into that room. See Corinne talking with people, move on. Give a little wave if she notices them, but I don't know if she does. And they're not going to interrupt. I think I'm going to move through, Grim doesn't know, the fish room.
Gonna move past El Rey.
because I'm a little claustrophobic in these rooms that have lots of people I don't know and no way to like be out of the flow of things. It's fine.
Sir, have we talked about this? About you being on my desk?
So I would step into here. Would naturally be moving away from the side of the room with more people on it.
There is
But
a
catch sight of
man there with a fish.
Yeah, catch sight of the fish and visibly double take. Do I know what kind of fish this is?
Roll me a nature check.
12.
No. Maybe some sort of... It definitely looks like maybe some sort of puffer fish. It's got spikes.
Okay. And this guy over to the left, what's he doing?
He seems to be admiring a rose bush. That seems to be a lavender rose bush.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt to just slide through the room and head outside. Do I get past Elray, or do I get accosted?
That's up to Elray.
I have visibly double-taked your fish, but I have not acknowledged you in any way, Elray.
You have looked at the fish.
I have looked at the fish.
Oh no.
Elray, yeah, he notices you notice the fish, and his eyes light up.
Oh, by the gods.
Welcome! I see you have taken notice of Fugu.
Grim
Gestures to the bubble. There's no need to be shy. You may come and greet him if you like. He is quite friendly.
I have frozen like mid-step upon being noticed. Like slowly turn to face I'm facing the fish. Elvay is sort of incidentally in the way.
He's gesturing at the fish.
I don't think I can. Yeah.
He sees you appreciate the fish, and he also turns to appreciate the fish with a placid smile on his face.
Yeah, I will. Apparently remembering nothing that I've heard about this individual from people who have met him in the past, I will kind of warily, because I am moving to the orbit of a stranger. Oh, the fish moved towards me.
He gestures with his hands and moves them with like a sort of weave and a wob, and the bubble moves around.
And I will, so I'll sort of step directly in front of the fish and just sort of peer into the bubble. Does Fugu look healthy?
Oh yeah.
Or is like this
yeah.
in too small a tank?
As the DM, I'm going to step in here and say, he doesn't look happy. He does look healthy. He looks like an aggressive. He looks like a fish. Like, you know when you put fish into like smaller containers for tank cleaning. He looks like he's about as affected as that. He's just mostly mad. He's at a party. And someone keeps trying to pet him.
So I just sort of stare into the bubble for probably a good 30 seconds. Because I've seen lots of fish, but I don't know what this is. We'll catch Elvay just sort of on the edge of my peripheral vision. So Elvay, you hear in your head in a thick dock word. So the docks side of town accent. What is he, please?
His eyes brighten, and he looks to you as his lips curl into this perfectly white-toothed smile. And he clasps his hands in wonder as you invade his mind. But to him, this is just the wonder of magic. Can he respond mentally, or
no,
he's going to speak out loud?
One-way telepathy.
One-way telepathy.
Yes.
He's going to speak out loud. Stars and stones, what wonders. Fugu, he is a rare tropical pufferfish off of the coast of the adventuresome and dangerous Isle of Cairel.
Grim stares at the fish some more.
And
He is
supposedly
quite
quite
friendly.
poisonous if mishandled.
You speak like a lover of the sea. Are you also a true believer in all things oceanic?
Still, like, staring at the fish, still telepathically. I believe that the ocean exists, if that's what you mean.
And for the first time, he looks dumbfounded.
Elray, you're here. Well, that's something.
And his eyes brighten up again as something new has distracted him. Ah, Miss Cairel. Oh, so pleased I am to see you. Come, we are observing and pontificating the mysteries of the sea.
Grim is taking this
Also,
opportunity
is
to just stare at
food.
the fish without having to interact with anyone.
Looks very similar to the fish that I saw before.
Oh dear.
There's a twitch. There's a twitch on the side of his mouth.
I'll glance at Say. In Water Deeper in the Wild, please. Aloud.
At his house. Before I was banned.
Ah, this fish.
No, it was a different fish that you had insulted. I was hoping to look over that. But I see some people can't change. He's gonna storm off.
Does Fugu follow him?
Fugu follows.
Fugu
Does
has no
Garen
choice.
follow him?
Garen actually looks somewhat relieved as he inclines his head to you, Say, and hurries after Aelray.
Sorry, can't. Fugu fit is following in multiple pieces. Grim will look over at Say, like, a little disappointed. Is it really poisonous?
Oh, I'm certain. In that, I'm not certain at all. You should ask someone who knows about fish. You could chase him down.
Do you think it's really from Tikal?
Probably. Looks like a weird tickle fish.
Have you seen Bones?
I
Is she here?
haven't, but I would assume she's here.
All right, I will nod to Say, and take off in search of Bones.
Okay.
You can catch up with that later on, maybe.
Erebus.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So how did Lyra respond to Erebus's fumble earlier?
She noticed but overlooked it completely. Does
Okay.
not seem to be the sort to stand on super levels of propriety, especially when you have handed her a small animal to cuddle and feed. And
Okay.
she is feeding
Excellent.
Bianca. Bianca has got some chicken and some sausage and some roasted swan. Bianca's having a time.
Bianca's having a great time. Excellent. So Erebus will chat with Lyra for a little longer, talking about some of her adventures, some of maybe her previous beast companions that she had before Bianca, and then just kind of ask about Lyra's interests and hobbies, etc.?
Sure. Lyra lets you know she helps with her family's shipping industry. Lots of things about like the port nearby and port fees and things like that. No, actually, this shipping is not in quotation marks. This is genuinely, she seems to be involved with shipping.
Okay.
Like her family owns boats.
On the level.
On the level
Okay.
boats. Legit boats, even.
Yeah. I mean, Erebus has no reason to think that this is a euphemism for anything. She's just kind of like, yep, let's talk to people. Let's do the socializing thing. All of my friends have dissipated. That's fine.
Yes.
But yeah, she's having a good time talking to Lyra.
She will actually. I can introduce you to Ivron if you'd like.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah.
She will. Yeah, she'll escort you. I'm just gonna grab you both because I can. Because
Okay.
I'm a DM and
Go
I
for
got
it.
special privileges.
Nice.
Dude. I have special privileges when D20's not being Roll20's not being a dick. She takes you to a small antechamber. Elray, there's a blue man there with a fish in a bubble.
Yep. Great.
He's consoling the fish.
He is
The
consoling.
fish doesn't look upset, but he's still consoling it.
Erebus observes this briefly and then decides that she is not going to ask because Lyra's taking her to meet someone in particular. So she's just like, yeah, it's fine. Elven parties, fish and bubbles, it's fine.
There's a dragon chessboard set out. It looks like 2 people are playing, 1 is observing. Lyra will actually lean over and kind of just give Ivron a peck on the cheek. Ivron?
Oh, hello, dear. I believe I have my opponent on the ropes, as they say.
Good for you. I wanted you to meet my new friend Aravis.
Oh, a new friend. Excellent.
Hello.
Excellent. Hello. Excuse me a moment.
Hi, it's very nice to meet you.
Ivron kind of bows his head to his opponent and stands to take your hand and kiss the air above it.
Excellent. Erebus is not quite sure why, but she's just like, yep, party stuff, elven stuff, great, go with it, smile and nod.
Ivron, actually, Aravis is a friend of your sister's. Say. And she has this cute little dragon thing.
Says. Excellent. Excellent. Dragon thing?
Yes, this is Bianca, my pseudo-dragon companion, and she offers Bianca out for inspection as well. And Bianca's like, are there treats here?
Oh, wonderful. I'm always glad to see someone bring their companions to gatherings such as these. I feared that Lord Elray's fish was the only form of entertainment we would have tonight.
Well, if you talk to your sister, she'd probably bring out George.
Oh dear, she is here then.
Yes. She arrived with my party.
That's interesting. She normally does not care for these things.
I don't remember what Erebus knows about that in particular. I don't think anything.
No, Say hasn't really mentioned it, other than she doesn't usually go.
Yeah, Say's talked to someone else about not really going to the family parties. Okay. Oh, that's news to me, but she seemed very excited to get dressed up for it.
That sounds like Say. She puts up quite the stoic exterior from time to time, but when she's given the moment to indulge, she does like to indulge.
Yes, who among us doesn't? But yes, it's very nice to meet you. Do you play Dragon Chess often?
I like to say that I do, but I'm still learning to master the game. And he looks over at the board and blinks and squints. Wasn't that pawn in a different location? Could have sworn.
Erebus also looks at the board and also at Ivron's opponent just to see if she can observe anything. Can I do a vibe check on that?
Sure.
Okay. Dun dun dun. That is, ooh, okay. A 15.
She seems like she's up on the up and up. She is concentrating on this board. It seems like Ivron might be saying that he's still new to it, but definitely putting up a good fight against his opponent.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems like you've made a very good setup for yourself, from what I know of the game.
Thank you. Do you play that?
Very rarely. I'm not often in a place that has the chessboard, but I have had several games in the past, and I enjoy it very much.
Then I insist we make time to play tonight.
I would be delighted.
You honor me, my lady. And I'll smile at Lyra, just pleased with having made a new friend.
She gives you like that
Erebus
encouraging
is
like
really
nod,
delighted.
Like, you did such a good job, honey.
Oh dear. Yeah, Erebus is delighted that they're delighted, but also she observes this and is like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is great. This is fine. I've heard that there's some interesting dynamics going on in the Cairel family, but these two seem great, so that's fun.
Seems like with your vibe check, this seems like a very supportive situation that's going on here.
Yeah,
Seemed
great.
like a good match.
Excellent. Yeah. She's like, oh, it sounds like this arranged marriage has worked out really well. She's thinking this to herself. She's not saying this to either of them, but she's thinking it to herself. Not saying it out loud. She learned her lesson the first time. But she's really pleased for them both, and she's happy to see the two of them happy with their arranged thing. She's a little bit less worried about the family now. A little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, as soon as you're done with your game, I'd be happy to challenge you.
I will relish the challenge. I should really get back to seeing if I can salvage this game. He does.
Yes, of course.
Playing his own skill too.
Very, which is fair. Like modesty, is something that tracks for her. So she nods and says, "I'm going to find some food for myself. Since Bianca's been doing all the eating so far, but I'll come back."
Excellent. They have a very good spread tonight. Please enjoy yourself.
Oh, wonderful. I definitely will. Thank you.
Lyra
all right. So yeah, she's going to go find a plate.
Sounds good. And Lyra will join Elray in making Fugu feel better.
Right, because she's like, oh no, a fish.
Oh no, a small animal.
Perfect. I love that. I love that for her. I'm charmed by them both. They're great.
All right. Eliana.
Right. So timing check. Everything during this round of initiative is happening simultaneously, and
Yes.
Grimm is still having their encounter with Lord Elray and not heading right into the courtyard.
Yes.
Excellent. Because if that was the case, Eliana would not have ignored Grimm, so I wanted to be sure about that.
Totally fair. Yeah, Grim is staring at a fish and has not said anything aloud to be for their presence to be noticed.
Right. Well, that was a truly fascinating encounter. These roses are lovely.
You guys walk a little bit into the garden.
Yeah.
Your heel smiles. Definitely fascinating gentleman.
Very much so. And interesting his valet as well. I could understand the sense of contempt I was getting from him.
It must be quite a lot of work. I am certain that some employers are easier than others.
Indeed, it's not an easy job to be a valet.
Especially with a man who carries a fish as an emotional support animal. I was not expecting that. I have seen all sorts. It takes all sorts. I have seen all of the sorts. That's a new one though.
Yes, I have a cat. I prefer having a cat who is fluffy and nice to pet, and a fish is not that, especially not a spiky fish like that one. I'm gonna roll to see which direction Eliana takes them through this thing. Odd is gonna be, so getting a D6, odd is gonna be for left, even is gonna be for right.
Okay.
That is an even. So she's going to head along this way.
Y'all will be so proud of me. I designed this on graph paper.
Oh,
Like graph paper was brought out.
Lovely.
It's so cool.
Well, so we've run into some of. They did say the party was for interesting people and making connections. That was certainly an interesting one.
Eliana, being at a safe distance now, just lets herself laugh. So interesting. I think no matter what else happens at this party, I'll have stories to tell about it for years to come.
Well, that makes the best parties.
It does. I'll have to get some party stories from you, if not today, then another time.
Let's see what this one comes up with, and then we'll swap war stories.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. How tall are these hedges? Would Eliana be able to spot bones from here?
Oh yeah, they're like waist high. You
Okay.
can at least spot bones as like ears.
Bones. Then Eliana will head in this direction.
Muriel will follow. Bones turns. Oh, hi. I was wondering if I was going to see you here.
Yeah, we're all here tonight.
She just smiles and nods. Have you met Elray?
Yes, I have. Have you?
I have met Elray and his fish. He did not seem I made a quick exit. I actually am terrified of the ocean, so I just decided to just nope right out of that.
He can't be correct that all of us come from the sea, can we?
Um,
Can he?
I don't know. I own illusion magic, so I'm going to use illusion magic and just. Oh, someone's calling me.
That's a wonderful trick. I wish I'd thought of it. Before he shook my hand and told me how beautiful my name was. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was flirting with me.
I think he comes off that way to everyone. What do you think, Reg?
The gentleman sitting across from Bones appears to be kind of like nose deep, well, casually writing in a journal of some kind, half paying attention to the things that are happening. As his name is mentioned, he just kind of snaps up and glances about. He's an interesting one, for sure. Flirting, I don't know if he knows how. That or he flirts with everyone, because the handshake thing was, yeah. He lifts a hand and goes to wipe it again.
Yeah, it's a little unconventional.
That's a nice way of putting it.
I'm trying.
I'd go with eccentric, maybe a little peculiar, but his intentions seem nice. Not so sure about Fugu, if his situation's really nice, but hey, to each their own.
No, I can't speak for that. I don't know much of anything about fish.
He lifts his hands and shrugs slightly. I'm really not a bad guy myself.
Bones laughs at that.
I mean, unless you count the interns, which I wouldn't. That's shit on the floor, Les. He goes back to writing in his book.
Seemed like last time I encountered the interns, they were trying to learn about fish. Also about incubi. So, no, that was a succubus.
Clears his brow, and he looks up for a moment. Well, succubus or incubus, I mean, it is technically somewhat pertinent. Why were they looking for it? And he looks toward Bones, as if Bones knows something about this.
I think that was the party that Fleming offhand mentioned and then scooted right past.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they were drunk on snake juice.
Snake juice, like, are we talking literal juice from a snake or a chemical combination, like cough medicine and methamphetamine? Or actual juice from snakes?
Oh, my understanding is that it is many alcohols combined with coffee.
Oh. Usually call that jungle juice where I'm from.
I
Turns
think
page, makes a few notes.
I think they would have been better off if they had well, maybe they wouldn't have been better off. I think they all regretted their decisions.
I would think so. I mean, just drinking something called snake juice does not seem like something one would do in their right mind. It seems like maybe their judgment was a little bit impaired to begin with. I'm not one to cast judgment, but I'm going to judge them about that. That's absolutely the worst take.
There are times for judgment, and there are times for the lack of it, and there are consequences for decisions. Eliana regards her own wine glass and then realizes that she drank all of it after the encounter with Ulrich.
As you look at your wine glass, Bones will. I have Tej, if you'd like some. I can't drink wine.
Oh, yes, please.
She will fill your glass with some Tej.
Thank you. Is this a game table that the two of them are at?
Yeah, let's say it's a game table.
All right. Eliana will take a look at it. What are you playing?
This is Shut the Box. It's a math game.
I love that one. Oh, that's a got to get your strategy right for it. And you've got to be lucky too.
Equal parts.
Yeah.
Also, choose your opponent very carefully.
Also, don't get caught cheating.
That also.
I never get caught cheating.
He just looks up and looks away, and there's a slight puff to his cheeks.
I wouldn't cheat against you, darling.
I'd be able to see it to begin with.
My siblings and I always tried to cheat.
How would you say you are at cheating?
I can do all right at it. I've kept a lot of secrets, and that lends itself well to being able to bluff.
Should we play a cheating game?
I'd be open to trying.
She nods.
I think you'll destroy me at it, but well, if I don't if I don't try out my skills against better company, then I'll never get any better at it.
Hey, remember, half of cheating is confidence, so remember that.
She sets her shoulders.
You must convince yourself of the lie so that it sounds like the truth.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and as you two settle down for a game of cheating, smash cut to Bosun.
Okay. I meant to bring a timer with me to make sure I don't get too carried away with Bosun.
Would you like me to set a timer? I have one handy.
Yeah, please.
What would you like on the timer?
Let's have 3 Bosun minutes.
Let's have 5 Bosun
That feels
minutes.
like enough. Okay.
Just for chaos. And
Okay.
3 minutes goes by a lot faster than you think it does.
I know. I just don't want to be too indulgent with my familiar. But I will use the minutes to be indulgent with my familiar instead of talking about how I don't want to be indulgent with my familiar. So Corinne has left this room, and I think Bosun realizes that Corinne seems to be mingling and not paying attention to him, but he knows he's at a party, and he doesn't know that he's at a party, but he knows that he doesn't want to be in Corinne's way when she's doing things, because they're good friends, and he doesn't want to be in her way when she's doing things. So Bosun goes exploring. I'm gonna roll Bosun dice to see which direction he goes. Bosun continues in this direction. Does Soliana have anything shiny on her?
Just her
Visible?
dagger, but it's sheathed.
Okay.
So mostly just weapons.
Bosun knows he's not allowed to play with edged weapons. He continues in here. Who has wine? Does anyone near the door have a glass of wine, like that they're holding in a way that Bosun could easily try to dip his beak into it?
Yeah, let's say this guy has a glass of wine.
Cool. Bosun dips his beak into it and takes a sip.
And he's invisible, right?
He is invisible. Should I roll something for him to see how?
Yeah. Roll a I don't know, sleight of beak?
Sleight of Bill?
Yeah.
5!
Bosun, the gentleman lets out a kind of like an alarmed sound as Bosun tips the glass almost out of his hand. And his wine starts disappearing.
Oh yeah, Bosun takes a big drink. makes a happy chainsaw noise and continues
How loud
on
of a
his
happy
way.
chainsaw noise?
Like moderate happy chainsaw noise, like conversational volume.
Conversational chainsaw noise. Okay.
Yeah. He's not shouting, but he's like about, so he's quieter than the shriek was,
Mhm.
but at about the same volume as someone talking. And continues on his way in here.
Mhm.
Oh, there's sustenance.
There is a whole ass roasted swan. Several smaller birds laid out, bread, 2 types of olives, cheese, strawberries, peaches, oranges, several types of pies and pastries.
I don't think Bosun likes to eat bird, because that's weird. But Bosun loves strawberries, so he's gonna push his way in between whoever this dude is and the strawberries, and nom nom a couple.
This guy blinks, looks at his wine glass, and then just, he's just gonna walk away.
Does he have anything shiny on him?
Yeah, he's wearing like a chain on his neck. He's wearing a
Okay.
necklace, probably a bracelet too, maybe an earring.
Bosun. Okay. Bosun's gonna pick up one more strawberry and fly after this guy. Let me roll something. Bracelet, necklace. Bracelet was what you mentioned first.
Yeah.
And would like to try to steal the bracelet.
What was the sleight of beak on that?
18.
18. Yeah, Bosun gets the bracelet.
So my question is, let me just double check. Oh, cool! The puffin is magically invisible until it attacks or uses scare or until concentration ends. So it's not any action. Okay, Bosun has bracelet stolen at Cairel garden party. Is now on Bosun's inventory. And Bosun's just gonna keep going. Bosun's gonna see say, flap over, go very, very quietly, woo, in her ear. Just like a friendly hello, and then we'll continue on to this next room where it's 8 o'clock. I think we're gonna get another bosun turn. I will hold bosun's interactions with the creatures of the sea.
Okay. You were at
Until his
35
next
minutes
turn.
or 35 seconds anyway, so good.
Fabulous!
Good keeping it.
Bosun is an efficient creature. Thank you very much.
All right. So,
restroom break, please.
oh yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's keep it short though, because we got a lot of party.
Delightful.
Thank you.
Made yourself some hot dogs?
Huh?
Said made yourself some hot dogs?
No?
Or mustard outside
Or it's the diaper that he ripped up.
then? No, it was. It's never.
Okay, I think we have most everyone back. I'm going to do a quick roll call. We have a Hannah.
Oh.
Do we have a Liz? Nope. Do we have a Marina?
Hello?
Okay.
Yay!
Do we have a Mish?
Oh,
Yay!
Do we have
Oh,
a...
I forgot to eat Hannah. Yay. Yay, yay.
Yay!
And do we have
No worries.
And do we have a Rob?
Just got back.
All right. So just
Yay!
once
Yay.
Liz gets back, we will.
Yay!
Okay. So once Liz gets back, we will move on and doing the stuff and the things. And you're back. Congratulations. Welcome to. You guys completed phase 1 of the party. Yay!
Hooray!
Huzzah!
Huzzah! And we'll pick back up with Corinne, actually.
Excellent.
Corinne,
Oh, yes.
someone approaches you and quietly says to you, Lord Cain, Cairel would like to see you in the garden. If you would follow me.
All right.
Okay. I'm just going to move you slowly, as you can see, which direction you're
Yep.
going. Boom, boom, boom. I don't have a servant token because they were low on the priority list.
What you didn't think you needed to add the inevitable dozens of servants to the many tokens you already thoughtfully provided?
I didn't want the party to look empty.
It's beautiful.
So I added...
everyone knows servants are invisible anyway.
Yeah. So I added
That-
some odd like 40 tokens of NPCs.
That's so many.
There we go. I'm going to leave you here so you guys can decide whether or not you want to confer before. Grim. A servant taps you on the shoulder.
Oh no, sorry, I was chewing an Oreo.
No worries.
I think just at the point at which, since the hedges are low, just the point at which Grim both realized where Bones is and also saw Lord Argent over there, and someone taps me on the shoulder.
Mhm.
I jump a mile, swear in Elvish, realize I'm at an Elvish party, and I probably shouldn't have done that.
The servant looks shocked.
Decide
But
I don't
not terribly
care.
shocked. It is the Cairel family. It's shocked but not horrified.
I decide I don't care. Am utterly thoroughly grim neutral expression. 26 deception, grim neutral. I beg your pardon.
Lord Cairel would like to see you in the garden if possible. And that's about when Corinne will be walking by you. Also following a servant in the black tabard with the rose symbol on it.
She does kind of like look askance to Grim as she walks past.
Drops into awakened mind. Shall I? Have you been summoned by?
She nods before they finish.
Same. Shall I join you, or shall I make an excuse for neither of us to go?
She nods more more emphatically before they finish.
I will fall into step alongside Corinne,
Okay.
like very slightly behind her shoulder, but laterally close.
Okay.
Not too close, but close. Then follow.
Erebus, as you are getting food. You have a small plate of food with you. You are tapped on the shoulder, likewise told that Lord Aurelius Kane Cairel would like
Okay.
your presence in the garden.
Certainly. She holds up her plate and is like, is it fine if I bring this, or is this a food optional meeting?
He thinks for a moment and then just holds out his hand and he'll like, I can hold it for you.
Oh, thank you very much. So she hands over the plate, takes a quick sip of wine, and also hands over that, and then and then follows. But she's like, "What is happening?"
You follow. So with the three of you, there is a servant behind her, kind of bobbing behind Erebus, holding a plate and a goblet. Like he's just trying. He's trying his bestest.
Oh.
Corinne glances at Erebus
Yeah.
and like kind of like joking. It's like, oh, is it beneath the lady to carry her own food and beverage at her first formal elven party?
No, I was advised that eating in front of Lord Cairel is maybe not a good plan. And she kind of glances back at the servant
Servant shrugs.
with that. That.
Mm-hmm. Corinne
Bianca's
still has
done
like,
a lot more eating than I have today.
Yeah, Corinne still has like half her wine glass full.
Have you also been summoned?
I suspect Eliana's not far behind us.
Speaking of,
Great.
Eliana, you were tapped on the shoulder.
I managed to hold on to the die that I'm holding. Hello.
Hello. Sorry. Lord Aurelius Kane would like to see you in the garden, the other side of the garden. If you would follow me.
Hi, happy to pay my respects to our generous host. I will, she'll look to Uriel and Bones and Reg. I will meet up with all of you later.
Cairel gives you a nod.
Lovely. I will follow you, she says to the servant.
Okay. You are likewise taken to the other side of the garden. Alright. Bosun is up in initiative. Would you like to do another 3 minutes of Bosun, or...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Bosun
We will
flies in. Yeah.
We'll put 3 minutes on Bosun. Here you go.
Excellent. Bosun flies into the room, sees the fish, really only needs to see the fish, is going to attempt to dive bomb for the fish. Puffins love fish. Bosun would like to eat food.
Oh no!
I don't even know what I need to roll to figure out if Bosun
An
can even
attack
like
roll?
find the opening. Well, I think first it's finding the opening in the tank is the first problem
Is
because
it a
Bosun doesn't
tank
understand.
or is it just a watery orb?
Oh.
I think it might just be a watery sphere.
It's a watery sphere. It's a
Delightful.
bubble of water.
Bosun's gonna try to dive into the bubble of water.
Oh no.
There's is Bosun become visible because he's taking an attack action?
When he makes the attack.
Okay. Bosun needs to make an attack.
Delightful.
I need to look up the AC for a pufferfish.
I don't think you need to look up the AC for a pufferfish.
Oh, good. Elray, there is now a puffin trying to eat your emotional support fish.
He is now that he has
wow.
entered the column of water, he has missed the fish, discovered that he's in a column of water, is delighted, is now splashing and swimming around the column of water with the fish, has abandoned his efforts to attack it. He's also wearing a bow tie and a cape.
He's also wearing
Just in case anyone forgot.
Oh, God.
dear
Elray's
Lord.
surprised, but I think Elray would roll insight to see if the bird is murderous or not. Is this bird a threat or a friend? Is this a miracle or a disaster? I would like to roll insight into
Yeah,
ascertain
roll insight
the bird.
on
Yeah.
Bosun.
Bosun is not contesting
That's a
this.
natural one.
Oh no!
It's a natural one.
You do know that it is a seabird and it is currently with a fish. So you also know that puffer fish are poisonous and easily threatened. So for the safety of both, it might be best to try and separate those two.
Oh no. Yeah, Ellery's gonna pull the bubble over his head. So that he's between the bird and Mr. Fugu.
My lord.
No. Oh, my little bird friend, I don't think this is a good idea for you, no.
Is Elray wearing anything shiny?
Yes, he's a noble. There's a shiny bracelet on his arm, and there's a necklace that's made of different pretty seashells that have been gilded in silver and gold.
Ooh,
There
that's-
are big earrings on his long and pointy ears.
Oh,
They're not like big hoops, but they're
but they're
decorated.
shiny. Okay.
They're shiny. Like the tips are like gilded.
Oh, Bosun makes a watery chainsaw noise, and redirects his attention to this strange new person who is between him and the fish that he has now forgotten existed because he can't see it anymore. And begins attempting to delicately nibble at the earrings. He's not trying to remove them from your ears. He's just trying to like taste them. And also the necklace. Like first the earring and then the necklace, and then he sees the other earrings and switches to trying to delicately nibble that. He might tug just a little bit, but he knows it's attached.
Ellery goes from being like surprised and worried to delighted as he turns to Scarin, still in the bubble. Mr. Scarin, I think I've made a friend. As he burbles out, speaking in the bubble, but you can't really hear well outside of that.
My lord, this is most inappropriate.
I have a question. Is Ivron distracted from his chess game?
The dice says yes.
There's
What
a puffin.
What is going on?
Everyone in the room looks confused. And then, at that, we will smash cut back to the very serious meeting that is going to happen now.
Delightful effort refocus.
Oh God,
You're
why?
welcome. Thank you. I'm happy.
Oh my
This
god.
is so good.
I'm
I
crying.
am in awe. I am in awe.
I didn't know that's what Bosun was going to do until I thought about it at the start of that scene. So that's fun.
All right.
That was a wild ride in 3 minutes.
Meanwhile, in the garden.
Meanwhile, in the garden, you all have been summoned by Cairel, Lord Aurelius Cairel. You gather up a little bit outside of the place the servants have motioned is, in fact, Kane's garden.
Well, suppose we go.
So does anyone know what this is about?
Not a single clue.
No idea.
Okay. Great. Well, as long as we're all surprised together.
Excellent. Shall we go find out?
Yes.
Perfect. Corinne leads the way.
Grim is going to, as we sort of approach, like sort of before is the servant still with us?
No, the servant. The
Okay.
servant's gonna kind of chill next to the statue with Aravis's plate and cup.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that's
Erebus
delightful.
is very sorry about this.
So
He does not look
as-
perturbed at all. He looks like this might be 85% taking care of a guest, but also 15% plausible deniability to take a break.
Fair enough. Checks out. So in between, like in the brief moment that we are out of sight of the servant before we enter Kane's line of sight, Grim is going to get detect thoughts up and running.
Okay.
And is going to put Aurelius Kane and only Aurelius Kane in my sights. I would like all of his surface thoughts and/or most immediate thoughts. I'm likely not going to push beneath the surface. We'll find out, I guess. But any surface thoughts for the next 50 seconds, please?
You get faint white noise.
Oh.
Ooh.
Interesting.
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 We're
Do I have
out
any idea what that is, DM?
You can roll me an
Public.
Arcana check.
That's fun. 16.
16. You know, there are ways to shield against such things. You've looked into it. Now, when the thing about being a mind reader is that the moment you become a mind reader, you immediately want to guard your own mind. So I feel like Grim has probably looked into various ways to shield one's mind and is aware of there's a couple of different ways.
Delightful. I'm going to keep the spell up and running. But obviously nothing I can do about it. Well, I don't know about obviously, but that's all. I am watching him very carefully, but between the eye patch and the bangs, you probably can't tell.
As you enter this portion of the garden, Kane is in the far side tending to the black roses, as this garden seems to feature all roses of that particular color. Carefully handling them without a glove and a long pocket knife that he keeps on him, just kind of trimming one of the bushes, any errant vines or spines that are looking thorns that look a little too long. He's just taking a moment to clip it and make sure that everything looks absolutely perfect.
Thanks, I hate it. So Corinne just goes, you sent for us, my lord?
I have indeed. I hope you are enjoying the party.
Spectacular accommodations.
Thank you. Your kindness is appreciated. I hope the drinks are up to your standards.
She kind of gives like a knowing expression and like raises her glass a little bit. It's like quite fond of this vintage, actually.
As am I. My compliments to the vintners.
She inclines her head in acknowledgement.
He takes a step back, looks at his handiwork, and puts the knife away before turning to face the party. I must admit to you and your companions having a certain reputation. It has come to my attention that you like to investigate things.
Well, it certainly depends on the things in question. Obvious, other than boredom and the seasons turning.
A fascinating impression. Though I must correct you in one aspect. This is far from a standard conflict between the two guilds. And the escalation is such that it has endangered certain individuals that I would rather not see harmed by such things.
She kind of studies Kane for a few moments, and just sort of like, pardon my frankness, Lord Cairel, this has become personal for you.
When someone threatens one of my daughters, I take it very personal indeed.
She nods understandingly. Indeed. That would make a great deal of sense.
I have done a bit of investigating myself, but truth be told, there is a limit to how far I can extend my family's reach without drawing unwanted attention onto our own affairs.
Of course, privacy is very difficult to keep when one is of a certain visibility.
Indeed. And my usual ways of handling such things have not yielded me the results that I am accustomed to. So I find myself entertaining the notion that new methods are required.
And I'm assuming that we perhaps might be some of those new methods, my lord.
I suspect that it would be in your interest to resolve these conflicts as much as it would be in mine. I'd hope that an arrangement of mutual beneficiality could be reached.
Well, it's certainly very messy, and no one likes messiness.
Indeed. And the current situation reeks of a certain messiness that I cannot abide. The Xanathar's Guild is run by a bunch of thugs, and the Zentarum prefer to stick their noses where they are best left kept out. I have no fondness for either, but they serve a purpose in certain courts. But things of late have, as you've said, escalated to a level not seen in this city for as far as I can remember. I believe there is something else at work here, and a name has reached me that I know precious little about.
What might that be, if you don't mind sharing, if we are to assist?
Of course. I am hearing the name of a woman named Avalie far more often than any others these days, but I cannot understand their involvement in these affairs. I had hoped you might do some discreet investigation with the other guilds to see if you might learn what they know of this figure.
Corinne nods. It's like, we can certainly look into it.
If you wish to get an early start on some things, there are representatives from both guilds attending the party tonight.
She kind of offers like a knowing look again. I see you find use in all corners, Lord Cairel.
Experience has taught me that one is best accustomed to make the most of any possible situation. To that extent, a firm grasp on the comings and goings of those in the city are invaluable.
She nods. Keep everyone close to some extent.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
It's cliche for a reason.
Grim will be while very straight-faced and neutral, drop into awakened mind just to can only do one person at a time to Corinne. Corinne, you know that name, yeah?
I think she nods, but I think it is a nod that she is directing to Lord Cairel in the sense of responding to one of those nods of listening,
Yeah.
I'm hearing you kind of nods.
Yeah.
Well, we can certainly look into it, as I said. Is there anything else you know, or any? Obviously, there's the ones we should speak to here. Anything else other than those two individuals' names?
The representative from the Xanathar's Guild goes by the name Matilda Sharp. And the Zentarum have sent Marco Fox to attend.
What was the other one? Matilda
Sharp.
Matilda Sharp and Marco Fox.
Correct.
Thank you.
Corinne nods. Very well. We are mutually aligned in uncovering potential threats. Is it all of? Pardon my my candor. Is it all of the daughters, or just one who is at risk?
Let me double check one thing real quick. So far, 2 of them have been threatened.
Would you mind sharing which ones?
Of course.
It may be important if they have connections.
My granddaughter Say was threatened, but I have faith she is capable of handling herself. It is the threat against my granddaughter Pyria that has me irate.
Corinne nods. Understandable. If you wouldn't mind, my lord, I would like to convene with the rest of the collective. Of course, I am sympathetic to the cause, and Say is a friend. Pyria also is a friend. Let us convene briefly. We do appreciate appreciate the access to the individuals here.
I appreciate your consideration and know that any information you are able to find would not go unappreciated.
She nods.
We have many business interests throughout the city, particularly in the transportation of goods. I have heard that you've come and gone through the city quite fairly regularly. I'd hoped to perhaps offer you a means of transportation that would be more suitable for your personal interests.
That's generous of you, my lord. Let us convene briefly. We will have a response for you shortly. She kind of nods, inclines her head in respect.
He'll nod and turn back to the roses in the garden.
All right. And then Corinne will kind of turn to the rest of the group and jerk her head towards around the corner direction.
Yep, gonna follow.
Yeah. And I think I think Grim would keep pointing and would suggest basically the clear other side of the garden. If possible.
Corinne will oblige to this area.
Fair.
Across the way, she's that's way too far. But somewhere here where we can see both sides and in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Is the outside hedge taller? Or is the outside is this an exterior wall hedge, or is this a?
Yeah, that's an exterior wall hedge. That's
okay.
There's the hedge. There's a good bit of dead space, and then there's a fence, and then there's the street. So you guys are still in the city, so they can only carve out so much room.
Fair. will post up on the taller hedge. And at this point, by this point, is looking a little blank, honestly.
Yeah. Corinne kind of puts a hand on their near shoulder. And if it is your Averly, it's probably best that we be the ones to find her than others.
They nod emphatically.
You might know this person?
Possibly.
I don't know if it's a... I only know the one. Oh, shoot.
Nods.
DM, do you remember when Averly was in the Court of Miracles? Was that associated with the gang wars like ages ago at all, or was that just sort of had been there, gone, and now was gone? I can check the notes.
I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay.
I do think that
I'll
Averly has been. Uriel would have mentioned that she's been in and out a couple of times for suspicious things.
Okay.
But no.
But there was no specific information, really.
Yeah, no specific faction information.
I know someone of the name who is. Yes. It's been a long time.
Erebus nods, because this is a new name to her, and waits to hear what anyone else has to say about how that they should proceed.
Grim will also say, I couldn't read his mind.
Makes sense.
Before that name came up, I thought our interests were aligned. I think that the gang war has been pretty messy, and I've been interested in trying to investigate it myself, but I think I will not be the one who's most affected by whether we do this.
I said, I think it makes the most sense for us to be the ones to take this on, because if we do not, someone else will, and that someone else will not be us. They'll have a different viewpoint. They won't have, assuming, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, assuming that it is the same Averly. I think it's imperative that we take this job.
Grim nods and laughs a little bit, sort of not with not much humor. I was going to say and sort of nods Ellie. I was going to say the opposite, that I wouldn't have thought we should have anything to do with anything he wants until you said that name. And now, sort of sigh, helpless shrug. I don't disagree with you, either of you. It should be us.
Then I think we do it.
Then I'm in too.
All right. I think that's enough for now. We can figure out plans at a future point. Key at this stage will be to discuss with those present who Lord Cairel has indicated. Matilda and a name that I forgot already. Marco.
2 and 2.
Is there any reason to think that they wouldn't talk to us? For any reason?
We have the authority of Lord Cairel behind us. I don't think it's in their best interest to not talk to us.
We haven't made
All right.
enemies of either group, really. Not yet. I suppose there's still time.
It's good to have options.
Therapist laughs a little bit. Yes, it's true.
Yeah. Haven't made friends, but haven't made enemies either.
Right. Let's report back to our host, and then let's get to work.
All right.
And then she kind of gestures back towards Grim. I think 2 and 2, divide and conquer, makes the most sense. Less overwhelming for those in discussions.
Yeah, I don't think that either representative will want to be cornered by 4 people at once.
I barely want to be cornered by 4 people at once. Right.
I wouldn't
and
either.
Corinne will start moving towards Kane and his little private garden again. Assuming that everyone else is following her.
Yeah, Grim will follow. As I follow, I'm going to snap my fingers to unsummon Bosun from where he is, snap my fingers to resummon Bosun near me.
I'm
Look
gonna
at him.
I'm going
Yeah.
to take a put a little timeout button because I desperately need the room's reaction to I am being loved on by a random ass seabird to seabird is magically gone.
By
Oh
the
no, little
gods.
friend! Where have you gone, little friend? Oh,
Did
back to the sea, I suppose.
was that bird real?
It certainly felt real, and his friendship was true and real.
My lord, you should not say such thing in this company.
Scarron, have you seen my necklace? It's been displaced.
I do
my
believe the
ears.
bird stole your necklace, sir.
Mr. Scarron, you know well friends don't steal from friends. Surely I must have misplaced it.
Or perhaps the bird likes shiny objects, sir.
The gift I give freely. Enjoy your trinkets wherever you are.
I believe you had little say in the matter, sir.
So Bosun reappears, holding a gilded necklace with seashells on it. Or rather, a necklace with gilded seashells on it.
Looks at Bosun. Rolls a pretty good deck save to they miss a step but don't trip too badly. Will tell Bosun to turn invisible, and we'll just continue with Bosun and his new necklace. I imagine he's got the bracelet around his neck by this point.
Oh, yeah.
And is holding the necklace.
Yeah.
The other guy's bracelet. So Bosun is now following invisibly, sort of very gently clacking his bill on the seashells, but no one can see him.
At the crime party, the puffin is doing the most of the crime.
As far as we know. That's all. And we return, thusly we return to Lord Cairel.
I love smash cutting between a fucking Aurelius Kane and Bosun. It's the best.
Practically the same character.
Yes.
Can't tell the
Oh
difference.
my god.
All right. Corinne once more enters the garden.
Once again, kind of inclines her head. We should be happy to take on this errand.
He doesn't turn to face you as you arrive, but as you accept the request, he kind of nods a little bit. Excellent. I am grateful to hear that. I would suggest leaving our arrangements discreet.
She nods. Of course. I understand the need for privacy. If you wouldn't mind providing a brief description of the individuals we should meet with.
And I will proceed to do so, DM.
Yeah. All right. So, Marcus Fox is a bald a middle-aged human gentleman who is currently sitting at a table nearest to the wine room.
Ah,
Mathilde is in the study, conversing with several members of society and keeping an eye on the exhibition fights, or the dueling room, as it has been called.
okay, there's Matilda. And
Oh, so there really is dueling at literally this party. That's fun.
Delightful. Corinne once more nods. Thank you, my lord. We shall do our best to uncover more about this potential threat.
Good hunting, Lady Amkathra.
And she curtsies and departs. And then as we kind of like pass through this like little stone work garden, so 2 and 2, any strong feelings about who takes who?
On the way out, Erebus just kind of subtly grabbed her plate and nodded a thanks to the servant who was holding it for her.
Get those
Yep.
snacks.
he will hand it off to
Gotta
you, give you a
have-
little bit of nod, and take off.
Gotta have snacks to have difficult conversations.
Yup.
Grim looks visibly torn, I think. Is sort of looking between they're Grim, between Corinne and Eliana. Doesn't seem to have come to a decision.
I have no particular feelings over which faction representative I would like to speak with.
Heather, can you remind me which one was which?
Yes. Marco was the head of, or not the head, he is the representative for the Zentarum. Matilda is the representative for the Xanathar's Guild.
Okay. I think I'm personally going to go hunt down Marco. I don't think I should have much patience for a member of the Xanathar, because they are violence incarnate, and I have no patience for that. So I shall go speak to Marco if anyone would like to join me. No strong feelings.
I think Grim, as she's talking, sort of there is a visible light bulb moment. It's very convenient they're standing next to Erebus. We'll look at Erebus and her plate and her goblet. Would you care to join me? With the violence incarnate and all.
Oh, yes. Yes, if you think I'd be helpful.
We'll glance at Eliana. I am assuming that you're not excited about that. And it is a genuine question.
Right, the question is that, assuming that you're not excited about
Talking to the Xanathar's Guild.
I don't feel any particular need to, so I'm happy to go with Corinne to speak with the Zent representative.
Very good. They'll glance back at Erebus again. You will have to do most of the talking. So there is that.
It's fine. Just let me know if you think of a question that I don't.
They still look rattled, but they grin a little bit and give her one finger gun. That's what I do.
Perfect. Yeah. Then I think we have a plan.
Excellent. Regroup at the buffet. Everyone has nice, fun conversations around food.
If anyone asks if there has been I think Grim has been getting like Bosun's recap in their head all this time.
But
if
it's a Bosun
anyone-
recap, so you can just
Yeah.
extrapolate from previous Bosun recaps as to how useful that is.
Like Grim is not actually confident that any like Grim believes it. As always, Grim believes it, but they are not confident that what they are hearing is exactly what happened. Because who the hell knows? But they have heard enough to be a little alarmed. If anyone asks if you have seen a tentacled seabird, the answer is no. Yeah.
Of course. What sort of that thing doesn't exist? He must have
course
been
not.
seeing things.
I
The
haven't
wine is very
seen-
good. I can see how one would drink too much of it.
I haven't seen one of those for quite some time. No.
And it was very far away, yes. You've got it now. Thank you.
And then
Very
Corinne,
good.
I think we'll start heading in the direction of the door.
Delightful.
Mhm.
I love this so much.
I think as
Incredible.
Grim and Erebus head towards like I think Grim has seen Lord Argent will sort of give him a small wave and an apologetic half nod as they
So actually,
walk past.
as you look over, sorry I forgot to move these characters in advance, but you do find that Dahlia has joined Lord Argent, and they're having a conversation.
Excellent. Then scratch that. Grim glances over and intending to give an apologetic nod and wave, does not look straight ahead with Dahlia just in that peripheral vision by awakened mind to her. Very good. I was hoping to introduce you. And then we'll continue walking with Erebus towards the door.
Aw. Are we walking back toward the fish room?
Oh no!
Oh,
I guess we are.
Yeah. So this is you don't have to
We don't have
because
to.
this is an
We don't have to.
archway. So
Okay. I think
Okay.
you can
Grim
walk
would
around the fish room.
I think Grim would recommend
Okay.
avoiding the fish room
Somehow
based
Fugu
on.
has a different picture
Good
now. I
plan.
didn't even notice.
Oh! When did that happen? Very good. Yeah, Grim would definitely recommend they don't know how much of what Bosun is telling them is strictly speaking accurate, but they would recommend avoiding the fish room.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
And Erebus is
Eliana
also
is
worried she's
going-
going to get pulled into a game of dragon chess. So,
While Eliana is going through about here, she will send a message to Uriel. Lord Cairel had some business for us. I'll need to do some work. I will catch up with you soon.
No rush. Do whatever you need. Tell me if you need me. I'm going to go. I'm playing Cheaters with Bones, and it is going splendidly for me.
yay.
That's adorable. I'm so messing up. Thank you. I'll see you soon. And off with Corinne she goes. Or rather continues because Corinne's not slowing down, so neither's Eliana. She can cast message while she's walking.
Level walk and talk.
Yep.
All right, rollies. One from each group. Roll me a d20.
Would you like to roll, Rebecca?
I think Corinne's really going for it, so you go for it.
Okay.
Marina, do
Especially
you want to
if
roll
an
for us?
initiative modifier is involved here.
Sure.
Is it just rollies or is it initiative?
I just do
Heather?
rollies.
Okay.
Okay.
Good
That's
luck.
going
No.
to be a 6 for
That's a
Team Erebus and Grim.
4.
Wow.
Nobody
Great.
wants to go.
Oh boy.
Have fun, you two.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
And can I just check my memory? The name Avali has come up, but doesn't. There were no details about like context
yeah.
or anything, right? It's
Just
just
keeps
that's a name
coming
that's
up.
been heard related
Yeah.
to this escalation. Okay, cool. Thank you. And we will follow Erebus into this.
Okay.
20. We need to have a talk. The talk is stop. All right.
So as you enter that particular room there, Grim, you notice that Rotha and Micah are having a whole ass sword fight. Here's a whole sword fight happening. Looks like they're doing very good at keeping in the bounds of the tiled floor, and are going full speed fighting. They seem to be evenly matched.
Grim takes a step back, just sort of out of surprise. Their startle reflex kicks in.
What's going on in there? Oh, I didn't realize fencing was part of the entertainment.
And there is looks like a woman, a red-headed woman posted up on the wall near the door that we just stepped into and then back out.
She seems to be eating a cherry tart and watching the fights.
Grim will nudge Erebus with an elbow and sort of slight head tilt towards the woman with a complicated expression.
Erebus does not know what this means, and she's like, "Yeah, okay." We did say I was going to do most of the talking, so that's fine. Okay, so she still has her goblet, and is letting Bianca steal bits from the food plate, and goes over to Matilda and says, "Oh, I haven't seen the cherry tarts. Where did you pick that up?"
Oh, on the end of the table. Apparently a special batch was just whipped up, so supplies are limited.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. I'll have to make my way over there in a bit here. I am Erebus Willow Run, by the way.
Matilda Sharp.
Oh, nice to meet you. How do you know the Cairels?
General acquaintances. We run with similar guilds.
Oh, really? Which guild are you from?
Weaver's Guild.
Excellent.
Yep.
That's great.
DM, does she have any particular accent?
It sounds similar to the Dock Ward. Not of the Dock Ward though. Not like yours.
Mm-hmm.
But not like yours either, if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm. Similar class, even but not
similar class, but maybe
exact
not the
geographic
same
region.
Yeah, maybe not the same area of town.
Good to know.
Or slightly different, like her dad was a dock worker, but not, that sort of level.
Mm-hmm.
So, here to watch the fight? Roth is actually kicking his ass for once.
I hadn't realized that there would be fighting as part of the festivities, but I'm delighted.
I mean, it's a Cairel party. There's always fighting.
This is my first time at a Cairel party. I'm in and out of Waterdeep mostly, but happened to have a friend who was invited today, and so far it's been quite delightful.
It's a decent party.
Well, I'd say any party with good food is a decent party.
It's a little stuffy for my tastes.
A little bit, but it seems that they know how to do well by their guests. Do you mind if I ask you a question about just the guilds in general? I've heard that there's been some guild trouble recently. Do you know anything about that? I'm just trying to figure out how to conduct myself since I'm going to be in Waterdeep for the winter.
Her inside check was low, so she doesn't catch your drift.
Yes.
She just blinks. I suppose that there's always the Silk Sellers Guild causing trouble with their stuff and things. You know.
What sort of trouble?
Raising prices.
Grim
Is that usually
glancing between
is that usually a problem?
Matilda and Erebus. This how what can I would like to vibe check both of them, please.
Yeah, sure.
One insight check or two.
2.
16 for Matilda, 19 for Erebus.
Matilda does not understand what Erebus is trying to ask, and is doing a very poor job of pretending that she is in fact a genuinely not at all in the business of violence and skullduggery at all whatsoever. For this normie here who has just come up and struck a conversation.
And Erebus is like, I don't. This is like talking to a brick wall. Like, how else am I supposed to? What angle can I try here that's subtle but also gets my point across? Flail.
Poor Erebus. Grim will slide into the room. Like step back into the room, sort of slide around Matilda, lean against the wall. As they move past Erebus, will sort of drop into awakened mind. Sorry. And then keep going to the other side of Matilda. Is the sword fighting loud and or raucous enough that it is unlikely
robust.
that
It is like,
okay.
I would imagine kind of standing next to a tennis match. That's the level of noise you're thinking about. Yeah.
Okay. So like it is reasonable that no one is listening, to think that no one else in the room is listening to us properly.
Yeah, either no one's listening, no one's
keep
paying
my
attention,
doors
people are busy. You might get a couple of people overhearing, but Matilda does not seem bothered by the people who are in this room for whatever reason she may or may not have.
Okay. Delightful. Grim will sort of lean against the wall next to Matilda, not too close, just like appropriate close. Eyes on the sword, eyes on the fighting, voice pitch for her and Erebus's ears only. We'll make sure that Bosun is in the room within arm's reach on the opposite side, not freelancing.
Emotional support puffin.
I have been looking for a friend and wondered if you might be able to point me in the right direction. Believe she may have some connections with the Weavers Guild.
She's gonna insight check you. Hopefully not fail this time. She nods. Seems like you might be more of what she was expecting, and she nods to you and kind of with a knowing, like, yeah, up of the chin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, information's not cheap, but what can I help you with?
Really just how to get back in touch. It's been quite a while, and whether there's anything that I should know while attempting to get back in touch. The name's Avalie.
That's the name.
Is it? It's been quite a while, as I said.
She used to be a member of the Weavers Guild. Haven't seen her in about a year. Lots of people have her name in their mouths, though, when we started tracking down that little issue with the taverns we were spending time at.
The poisoning, I assume you mean.
She nods. Once, sharply.
Sort of similar nod from Grim. I own a tavern, so it's been of some interest. Not one of those so far. About a year ago, you said? So you don't know what she's been up to since?
No. Stopped reporting in for work, as you can imagine. Weaving isn't for everyone, so some people come, some people go. Especially at her level. Don't bother with it too much.
That level being, and like sort of lifts one hand and then lowers it and holds it and then drops it back to their side.
She's quick fingers, but not exactly a blade master.
They nod. Sounds familiar. Wondered if there was more than one, but stopped reporting in for work. Had something gone wrong, or just stopped for no apparent reason?
Just stopped. Disappointed her family, but we don't chase
I beg your pardon?
Family. What we would call a, crew, I suppose.
Ah. Well. Sort of. There is a long pause. That's both Grim and me thinking. A year ago, did you know how to get in touch with her? Outside of work, by any chance? Or anyone who did?
Well, she lived with her family, so it was mostly just a matter of going to her house.
I don't suppose you have the address.
That's a big ask.
It is. We were quite close once, but it was... Grim would know off the top of their head. Several years ago. I am willing to return the favor if there is... Of course, I understand if it's not... If protecting a colleague's privacy, of course, I would not want to... Just been looking for her for a very long time.
What bar do you in?
And can I lay a persuasion check on that?
Yeah.
Because that is true. Whoops. I'm gonna use a luck point. That's pretty good, but I want to see if I can get better. Nope, that's worse. I will use one more luck point. Same. So that is a it is a dirty 20.
Okay. What bar do you in?
The last call in the North Ward.
I imagine you're the sort of barkeeper that keeps their promises and their favors. And she's going to write down something quickly on a sheet of paper and hand it to you.
And Grim will take it without looking at it. Please don't poison my stock of but you can certainly leave a message there. And yes. And we'll sort of look at her a bit sharply. A commensurate favor.
She nods.
Not limitless, but I do know this was a significant task. the vibe that Grim is trying to communicate is like, I'm gonna not do a murder for you.
I will not do a murder for you.
Yeah.
I might look the other way if you need to fend some stolen goods here.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you get the feeling that this is not her. She might be one of the saner Xanathar guildies, and it might be why she is at the party, at the fancy party.
You can't send the
You don't want to show everyone the crazy right
just
off
anybody.
the bat.
Okay. Grim will nod. Thank you very much for your time. Do hope the silk situation improves.
Me too. It's bad for everyone.
And Grim will glance past her at Ereves. Did you want that cherry tart?
Yes. Let's go see if there are any left. And she also nods to Matilda and heads toward the cherry tarts.
Okay.
But we'll pause to let Grim catch up and then just kind of lean over and like, were you okay making that exchange?
I suppose we'll find out. Wasn't for... Ed will sort of slight head jerk back towards the direction of the garden where we had left Lord Cairel. Although that's many rooms away, so up to Ereves whether she realizes that's what they're indicating. Wasn't really for him, so.
Right, it was for you.
They nod.
Okay. So then when they get to the dessert table, Ereves looks over and finds the sweetest dessert that she can set eyes on and serves up a plate of it for Grim.
If you're looking over the pastry, Say is kind of hanging out. She's got a glass of wine and a cherry tart. Go for the cake for Grim.
All right, of course. Thanks for the recommendation. So she does. How are you doing?
Fine. More or less. I seem to have avoided mostly everyone.
I assume that was preferable?
I might go track down Pyria in Ivron.
Okay, I met Ivron, by the way. Lyra introduced me. They're both lovely.
They are. He is the best big brother.
He seems like it.
And Lyra will give me
I'm
permission
glad
to
that
release
you
George.
Yes, she did mention something about that.
You see her.
Something about the fish not needing to be the only entertainment.
You see, Say kind of moves her hand, and you see that she's wearing a bracelet with a red stone in it. And as she moves her hand, a fat little raccoon kind of appears hanging out on her shoulder.
Grim will pick up a spoon from the table and solemnly hold it out to George.
George happily takes the spoon.
Grim will also drop into Awakened Mind to say, and if anyone asks if you have seen anything that sounds like Bosun, the answer is no.
I think it would be a little bit on the, I would say, Xanathar's Guild side of things if I said yes.
Very good.
All right, yeah, Ereves hands the plate of cake to Grim and then grabs her own cherry tart.
Mm-hmm.
They will sort of lift the plate in acknowledgement, and yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Cake.
I'm happy with the scene there.
Yeah. Go team. Thank you.
All right.
Go team. Yes, sorry that Ereves is bad at this.
I love it,
no.
though.
She
It's
did
so
great.
appropriate. It's so appropriate that she's bad at it, though.
Yeah.
As we get into the
Yeah.
woods, she's going to be a badass, like protecting everyone, making sure they don't freeze to death. But at the fancy party, questioning the goddamn rogue, she's like, Weaver's
And she's
Guild
very
sure
good at-
is.
He's very good at making conversation. This is just a very particular sort of conversation that requires a different skill set.
Yep, it's
I love
true.
her.
But yeah, go team.
All right, Corinne and Eliana.
Yes.
Marco is more or less where he was described to be. He looks like he has not moved.
Does he look like? Does he have wino vibes?
He 100% has wino vibes. So like everyone's got these like little plates, and they're kind of like picking a little bit. They have a little meal and they go back and they get more, or they don't get more, or they wait an hour and they get some more. He has a whole ass meal in front of him.
Delightful. Corinne is gonna stride up. Just like, assuming Eliana is following once again.
Yep, she's following.
Perfect. I have heard that you are the one who has been singing the praises of the wine all evening.
I am sure I'm not the only one. These are excellent tonight. Cairels have outdone themselves.
They really have. I just wanted to come swing by and offer my appreciation on behalf of the Mcathra family and extends a hand. Corinne, Eleanor, Regina Mcathra, that is my family's vintage you are drinking, and your compliments do us honor.
Your wine does you better honor. And he gives you a firm handshake.
She shakes her and returns. This is my dear friend, Eliana.
Hello, it's lovely to meet you.
It is lovely to meet you as well. And he kind of inclines his head in a bow. Please join me. Apparently I have grabbed too big of a plate, but life is short for those of us who are not elves. He gives you a wide grin.
There is something to be said for that. And so it makes all the more sense to eat, drink, and be merry while you have the time. And she will reach over and top up his glass.
Damn right. It was half full, now it's got that just bare, it's like, he can lift it. And it's almost a little bit of a challenge, because, you top it up to the point where you're you gotta double check to see if this is the sort of guy who can sleight of hand this bullshit. And surprisingly dexterously, he picks up the glass, does not spill a drop, and drinks it, and puts it back down without spilling a drop.
Delightful. How much of it does he drink?
He takes a solid sip.
Okay.
He's not draining the glasses. He does not seem like he is intoxicated. It seems like he is having fun.
Okay. Great. She will just kind of lean in after, she's taken a seat at the table. I'm gonna lean in on her elbows. And so are you here for strictly pleasure or business as well? I find that most are a blend of the two.
It's always a blend. If you're smart, it's always a blend.
Always a blend, and points at the wine bottle.
He gives you a big ol' wink.
Oh, no, it's very true. What sort of business are you in? I'm always interested in meeting new individuals.
Oh, well, own a couple of factories, work with a few colleagues, more or less an investor, you would say.
Investor, did you say, Heather?
Investor, yes.
Investor, okay.
We invest in small businesses and get a cut of the profits. That sort of thing.
Oh, of course. Sort of a partial ownership. It's you don't have to worry about managing the means of production, but providing the capital to ensure that the processes are enabled to move along as smoothly as they can.
Exactly, works out well for them, works out well for us.
That's a win-win. Absolutely a win-win. Can I ask you, in your business travails and factory ownership, have you come across, and this may be a stretch of a question, but I do have a, not a friend exactly, but we'll say a former associate of a friend, who has spent a lot of time in the factory parts of town, the dock ward and all those places. Have you heard of an individual called Averley by chance?
He's gonna run a vibe check on you. Give me one moment. He nods.
Can I try and leverage my panache ability here?
Yes, you can.
Delightful. So it's an insight check for him and persuasion for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 26.
Nice. Okay. He nods to you and he's, well, between friends. She has done some work for us in various capacities in the past. Haven't seen her in about a year or so, though.
Oh, interesting. Any word where she went? Or just sort of one of those, you know how those, some employees are reliable and others are...
She didn't have the diligence for higher management. It happens.
Understood. I am making some notes here real quick. So hasn't been seen in a year. But she did make runs for them, is what he said?
Yeah, it just basically what he's saying is did some low-level work. He's being very
Okay.
non-specific, but...
Yeah. Corinne is making her own assumptions, given what she knows. All right. But not given the keys to anything important, I assume.
Gods, no. That requires a little bit of effort, gumption, as you were.
Oh, yes, it's really a shame that, people just don't want to work these days. You don't find people who have that level of gumption and can-do attitude.
I don't know. I find that if you pay people well enough, they will work for you. You just got to take care of them. If you take care of your people, they will take care of you.
Exactly. So, well, thank you. I do appreciate that insight. If you do ever hear of her, would you mind sending a note to the last call, by chance?
Might.
Just offhand. Be very much appreciated.
I could keep an eye out, maybe even do some digging on my end if, maybe perhaps a cask of your family's excellent wine was to make its way to, maybe my office?
Oh, I'm sure we could arrange for something. And she kind of, extends, she puts a hand, on the table, towards him.
Mm-hmm.
And where would we find your office? What would be the best delivery location for that?
He will hand you a goddamn business card.
Yeah.
It is in a seedy area of the dock ward, but he has an office, and his job title is literally just investor.
Seems legit.
It says investments, loans, and oddities.
Okay.
Amazing.
Investments, loans, and oddities. Office in the dock ward. Investor. Great. Perfect.
It's just
she
an
takes the card.
honest small businessman trying to make his way in the world.
Small business is really the lifeblood of Waterdeep at the end of the day.
Isn't it?
So Corinne takes the business card. It's like, thank you ever so much for your time. It's been very lovely speaking to you, and I do recommend, it's an excellent vintage you have there. Try the Tsar with dessert.
I take it from your expertise, and I will certainly do so.
Delightful.
Watch
Charm
out
so much.
for the cherry tarts, though, because they are putting the tart in tart.
Oh, interesting. We'll keep that in mind then. And Corinne will kind of look to Eliana to see if there's anything that she would like to add before departing.
How nice to make your acquaintance today.
And yours as well.
And with that, I think Corinne will stand and will depart.
Okay. Sounds good.
And as she's leaving, she kind of pulls Eliana aside and is just like, I hope you know that I don't actually... He seemed like the type that would be much more into the whole, capitalism, etc.
Oh, of course. If you still felt that way, you'd probably still be with your family right now. If you felt that way at all, I mean.
it would be far easier to do that than follow this line of work. And then, the doorway to the snacks are over here. I think Corinne picks up one more wine glass from a table en route to the buffet.
Yeah.
Elena will also pick up a wine glass.
As you head to, you are noticing people are starting to trickle in back towards the ballroom slash throne room. Quite isn't the quite word, but the main hall, I guess would be the words to say.
Is this gentleman in the corner still in the room, or is he also making his way to the ballroom?
He's making his way to the ballroom, yeah.
Okay. So as he departs, Corinne will kind of like jerk her head towards the back corner of the the buffet room, as she is like assembling a small plate of like cheeses and fruits.
Grim is alternating bites of the cake with holding the plate up. So like has used their fork to cut the cake in half and push half of it to one side, and so it's alternating like take a bite, hold the plate up for both, and take a bite from his side.
Delightful. So it sounds as though Avali was doing some runs for the Zents. Low-level stuff wasn't in the higher-ups at all. I did get Marco's business card. He would be happy to run errands for us if I sent him a cask of wine, which I'm sure can be arranged.
Is that necessary, or would that be in addition to when you say errands?
I didn't ask too closely. He'd be willing to drop off the message himself if he found anything out. But if we wanted him to do any active investigation, it does require a bit of incentive.
Well, we have an address.
We do.
Oh, I meant different we have two addresses. You have one and we have one.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, you have... Okay. All right.
Her last known location, as far as Matilda knew.
Oh, so Matilda did know her.
She was also running.
It was
for...
similar to.
They'll nod and like make a keep going gesture at Erebus.
It was similar to what you found out only for the Xanathars. Yes. Low level, not skilled enough to climb any higher, but was with a crew for a while until about a year ago.
Well, that's more complicated.
Indeed.
Grim nods. So that's the address we have, is from a year ago. And I will take out the paper, slip the paper out of my pocket and glance at it. Is the address anywhere, like what part of town is it? Is there any reason that it catches my attention?
Sure, so let me just look up the map. Computer, fingers not... Waterdeep. I'm going to look at my interactive Waterdeep map, because it is in a kind of a specific place, but not in a specific place. Let's see, Castle Ward, Dock Ward. It's in Fishgut Court, which is a known Xanathar's.
And that's Castle Ward, did you say?
No, that's Dock Ward. 100%.
Okay.
Ward.
Okay.
It's called Fishgut Court. So.
Yeah. Trust but verify. Yeah, Grim will glance at the address, put it back and slip it back in their pocket. Dock Ward. Xanathar area. What happened a year ago?
That is
Did
the
your
question,
person
isn't
know?
it?
DM, for those of us who are local, is there anything specific that rings a bell about like events of a year ago, specifically like with gang war timing?
Nothing specific hits you. It does not. It's always low key, like a couple people killed here, a couple people killed there, but nothing specific hits you about last year.
Okay.
Okay. So whatever. If there even was something, it was below our level of attention.
Yeah.
Bosun is going to sneak over for a peek out into the main hall to find out what's going on in here.
Looks like they are preparing for some sort of announcement. You notice that all of the Cairels are lined up behind the high table, including Say, who seems to be more or less kitty cornered with Rotha and Ivran, who are her older siblings.
Bosun will relay this, and Grim will glance at the group. We may,
with Pyria standing a little bit behind Hastos.
I don't know if we'll be missed, but they do seem to be preparing for something, Bosun says.
At least watch the crowd, and Corinne will kind of make her way to the door. And we'll monitor the crowd for any strange activity.
Sure.
Bosun is going to pop
I'll move
in
this way also.
for a better view.
Lydia is also going to weave her way into the room.
Okay. Sorry, the cutest thing just came across my eye line.
Oh. Oh.
Merlin trying to eat Sam's beard.
Oh.
Baby.
Baby, not
Being
food.
very baby. Oh, now he's being
Cute.
attacky.
He's very.
Oh, he
Fine
just
line.
licked you and didn't even bite you?
No, there was a light bite. It wasn't even a full one.
Oh,
Nibble,
he
nibble.
must be super tired.
Yeah, he
Oh,
came to the door
buddy.
because of, like, the puppies out. He was like, look, when I was like really close, it was only barely open. He's just like, I don't know why I'm over here. The puppies went.
All right. So, as you all enter the main the main hall, it looks like Kane has taken up his spot again at the center of the table. All the Cairels are behind the table. Like I said, Say seems to be a little bit pinned between her older siblings. Who has a... all right, what's everyone's passive insight?
20.
Oh.
18.
Oh.
Okay.
Passive, it's 8+ proficiency plus insight.
Plus insight.
10
or
plus
10 plus
insight.
insight.
10 plus insight.
16.
16? I'm gonna say
14.
14. I'm gonna say 19 and above. You notice that Say looks like tricked isn't quite the right word. Convinced but isn't convinced. Was convinced but is not convinced.
Guilted.
Somewhere between guilted and was just
Okay.
walking with Ivran and ended up here without paying attention.
Got it.
But can't leave without making it very obvious. So she's here now.
Oh.
Right. Oh no.
Well, I suppose there are worse things to say.
We'll see.
Okay. As Kane kind of taps his glass, everyone comes quiet as he says his remarks.
Oh, I have remarks.
There's a dramatic pause. He's waiting for everyone's
I mean, to
attention.
be fair, it is Kane.
Mhm.
Dramatic pause
Yeah.
seems on brand.
He stands and lifts his wine glass as kind of a salute to everyone.
I raise my wine glass.
Corinne raises hers as well, but mostly is watching the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, all. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I hope you have all had an opportunity to sample the food and drink. Take a walk through the gardens. They are in full bloom, and they are, if I do say so myself, exquisite. We still have a full night of entertainment ahead for you all, but one of our guests has an announcement he would like to share with everyone. And I would be remiss as a host if I were not able to grant his request for an audience.
Ellery bows toward Cain. My lord, you honor me. My friends and neighbors, such a time it is that we live in. Adventure and advancement, magic and wonder. New allies are met, new friendships are forged, and memories made. I must thank our hosts, the Cairels, for which such a venue has brought these delights of spring to give us strength to weather the oncoming cold. To their kindness, I give my thanks. It is in the spirit of this party, this glow of this verdant garden in spring twitipation, that I find myself scarcely able to hold my excitement. Spring, the season of song, season of love, and to this I must proclaim. I've only met you a few short weeks ago, but it feels like I've known you for decades. He turns his attention toward the north of the room. In such uncertain times, the only thing one can be certain of is the certainty of one's heart's desire. If you would take my hand, I am certain we can figure out the rest. Will you watch the sunset over the evening sea with me for the rest of my days? Miss Theodosia Venfiel. He goes to rest his knee down upon the floor, opens his hands wide.
Theodosia, claps her hands together. She looks thrilled, absolutely thrilled. Cressida looks at Scarin, looks at Aelray, and then looks at Theodosia. Just her entire face scrunching. She goes, "You bitch!" and straight up tackles Theodosia. I'm going to need everyone to roll me initiative. But give me a second to get the turn order out and cleared so that everyone can roll me a fresh initiative.
Are we having a party brawl?
Overcome by love. Yes, we're hugging everyone. Oh no. Oh no, what happened to peace and love? Please, let us meditate for a moment on peace.
Can everyone roll me initiative, please?
Okay. Maybe.
Friends in the back,
God.
just devouring cheese from her plate.
Oh no, I've never wanted to roll initiative. I've never not wanted high initiative before.
Oh my god.
I thought he was going to post to Cressida. This is amazing.
Corinne just leans over to Grim. Best party ever.
Grim leans leans their shoulder a little bit into her, and will attempt to very lazy grab for a piece of cheese off her plate. Bosun agrees with you.
Yeah, they have cheese now. She doesn't
Excellent.
contest it.
Sorry, clarifying things with my assistants. Okay.
Wow, Eliana crushed us.
Eliana.
Oh yeah. Well, I feel like that's like if she was in fact afraid that
Yeah.
Elray was going to propose to her. That makes sense.
Run.
Yep.
So here's the thing. As this chaos breaks out, you hear a lot of cried shocks. Who has a passive perception of over 18?
Corinne does.
Corinne, you
I've
see
got 18.
18? Okay, that's good enough. Okay, so you both were hanging
Also
out
Erebus.
with... Oh, Erebus. Okay,
Oh,
great. Good to know.
it really is. I wasn't sure if 18. I wasn't sure, but yep, everyone but Grim.
Yeah, okay. 18's fine. Erebus, you were kind of scanning the room. You see Matilda pull out her sword and start going at it with the elf who is next to her, holding her side like she has actually been hit. Those of you who, Eliana and Corinne, you met with Marco Fox. You see him let out a sharp cry that's not the sort of cry you would expect at a Zent to let out at a just mere cat fight breaking out. And falls back in his chair, pulling a dagger, kind of starting to shrink back, trying to get away from the elf next to him. Cressida has fully gotten right. Theodosia seems to be holding up her arms going, I don't believe in violence! Cressida does believe in violence. And Eliana, it's your turn.
Cool. So our guild representatives are both being attacked, and
you can make the
there's
assumption,
also
yeah.
a cat fight going on.
There's also a cat fight right in between you and everything that's happening.
Cool. So, Eliana, noticing that our
Yes,
representatives...
a cat fight is difficult terrain, yes.
Yep. Cool thing about that, though, is that a hold person's got a range of 60 feet. So I would like both of our, and we're going to cast this at level 3. So I would like both of our would-be assassins to make wisdom saving throws.
Hell yes. Let me just pull up. Wisdom?
Yep.
Oof. Alright, which guild is red and which guild is green?
Let's say the Xanathar one is red and the Zent one is green.
Okay. Alright, so this guy rolls a 4 and is just gonna do that. Currently held. This one rolls a 15. What's your spell save?
16.
16?
Oh yes.
Yes. Snaps.
That's fun.
Also held. Our assassins are held. Okay. Corinne, you're up. Actually, before you're up, it's Elray and Scarin.
Yes.
I don't know why. Even that statement is hilarious, but it is.
Elray, you want to go first?
Elray is looking. Well, they haven't stopped fighting after asking them to meditate, so he is now inconsolable, holding on to Fugu.
Oh, buddy.
Please, please. There's no need to fight. This is a place of love and spring and anticipation.
Scarin looks furious as he grabs Elray by the back of his tunic and begins hauling him away. You idiot! You had one purpose tonight, and you went and had to screw that up. And he's going to start hauling Elray towards the exit.
Please, Mr. Sharon, you're tearing my robe.
Move, you fool! And that's it for him. He's just hauling Elray towards the exit.
Okay. Do you want to use how many feet? You got 30 feet of movement, I think.
No, if he has 30 feet of movement to drag Elray, he's going to use it all.
Yeah. Because you're using your action to drag him.
I think 30 feet gets me about there.
Yeah. Come here, Fugu. You can go too.
I was just gonna ask if Fugu was following.
Maybe not willingly, but he's following.
Yeah.
Don't leave a busted fish behind!
Bones is just getting the fuck out the way. She was like standing by the door. She didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I'm not touching this. Skipping Tej, casually watching one arm behind his back. Finishes the rest of the glass.
Bones has her sword out. She's not doing anything with it, but she's got it. You know, just because if there's danger, she's got her sword out.
Yeah, he's got bones.
And he's got his bones out. Okay, Corinne, you are up.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, I think the first order of business is going to be to navigate the cat fight. Actually,
Point of view, you're Corinne, and there's a cat fight in front of you.
I know. Gosh. Oh man. Well, our assassins are held. So it's taken care of for now, but that also has the potential to be a temporary situation. So I think she spends her action watching the cat fight.
Fair.
And then we'll use her bonus action to dash to get through the cat fight, which will get her to here. And then her movement to approach the assassin corner, just in case things go sideways. That's gonna put her about there. And as she like runs by, she's like, "Get her, Cressida!"
Oh,
That's her turn.
What a gift.
Bosun is up.
Bosun is going to use 5, 10, 15 feet of movement to move towards Fugu. At which point Grim tells him very firmly no. And will use the rest of his movement to get outside the door. It was basically like in the door. Bosun is going to hold a scare attack his DC 10 scare attack in case the assassins or oh wait, Grim hasn't seen the assassins. Grim, I knew that for Grim. I somehow Bosun's passive is not very good either. It's basically holding a scare attack if anyone that Grim tells them is not allowed to leave the room tries to leave the room. That's Bosun's turn.
Okay.
He is not attacking the fish, although I guess we'll see what happens if he gets an opportunity attack. That's Bosun's turn.
That's Bosun's turn. People are breaking out weapons. This is turning
near us or near
just
the southern
around.
end of the room.
There's enough chaos and enough happening that you guys are in functionally a mafia room. It doesn't look like one. It doesn't look like this is a seedy tavern, but at the same time, it functionally is filled with seedy upper class people. People are starting to pull out their weapons, not knowing what the fuck is going on and who is starting it. This went from a cat fight to where's my sword very quickly. Let's see. Lyra is actually going to make a break for the head table. Because there's a lot of scary-ass Cairels right up there. Alright, and it's Grim's turn.
Okay. Lyra is making a break for the head table. That's right in front of Grim, so they probably noticed that. They'll glance at Say. Does Say seem concerned about Lyra running, or does Say seem to recognize Lyra and be fine with us?
Oh no, Say is okay. Like, if anything, Say is doing the very recognizable. No, you get behind me, and Alpha and I are in front. Like, she is actively like starting to switch places with Lyra.
Okay.
Putting the squishy siblings behind the less squishy siblings.
Good plan. Glance at Erebus, who is next to them. What the hell is going on? Bonus action will tap the Relic of the Shadow to get 2 spell slots back. Gotta count up spell slots, not down. I don't need negative spell slots. I've got few enough to begin with. And they don't know what's happening, but they know Corinne is running for the other side of the room. So they're just going to 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 30 feet of movement. And I think, let me double check, I think Awakened Mind is an action. Oh, doesn't actually, it's not a fun fact, it's not an action, it's just speech. So sort of at that point, Awakened Mind to Corinne is the same. What the hell is, never mind, you're busy. Sees Dahlia and Lord Argent in front of them, and will take another step forward and free action try to like shepherd those two back sort of behind them here.
Yeah, I'm gonna say as part of like your movement action, you can just kind of push them both into the wine room. Just grab them by
Delightful.
You got a decent strength score / athletics. I would say between grapple and a little bit of movement. Uncontested,
Delightful.
Too, because what the hell is this? Just shove them both into the wine room.
And we'll say to Dahlia as they sort of are relocating people into her and Lord Argent into the wine room, having a good time.
Dahlia is
Priorities.
like not amused. Amused isn't quite the right word. What's a word? The word I am looking for is a word for haha, y'all assholes do it too.
Yeah.
Bemused.
Yeah. Bemused, but there's something about the hypocrisy of it all in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Argent looks genuinely a little startled, but seems to be kind of like not leaning on Dahlia, but like taking Dahlia's cue to like he can get through this. Dahlia seems to not be terrified, so everything is probably fine, right?
She's seen worse bar fights, probably.
Yeah.
Dahlia is not afraid of a bar fight, even one with weapons. Especially ones where she can hide in a room. She's like,
where she doesn't have to break it up. Delightful. That's Grim's turn.
Sounds good. Erebus, you are up.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that the first thing that she does on like the tail end of Grim asking her what's going on, is mostly just a lookout, because she didn't really have time to explain, and then they were gone. So. Okay. But she is also going to follow after Corinne to Assassin Corner. And she has land stride, so moving through difficult terrain doesn't hamper her movement.
Nice.
Yes. Even when the difficult terrain is
The woods
a cat
prepared
fight.
me for this moment.
So I want
The
to
woods
flavor
indeed
this.
have prepared her for this moment.
You're not even walking like so much on the floor, but these tables are pretty close together, and you are confident in your skills to bound from like tree to branch to rock. And this is not that different if you close your eyes, squint, and look at it sideways.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, bouncing
Yep.
from table to table over people's heads. That's how you're doing this. You've examined your surroundings and found the most.
So yeah, so then Erebus is going to end up right behind Corinne.
Sounds good.
And so you said that Matilda looked like she'd been hurt already?
Yeah, it looks like she's got her hand on her ribs. Like, there's not a dagger sticking out. There, I mean, yeah, there's a dagger sticking out of her ribs that you see is in between her fingers. She's keeping it there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she is at this point. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say with Erebus's kind of passive insight and emotional intelligence, as you pass Uriel, you see he's kind of frozen, which is unusual for him. He has absolutely frozen though.
Oh, okay.
Like he's got hold person on him too, but you're not even 100% if that might be not.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that... Interesting. Movement is different than action, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So as an action, she's going to lean over to Uriel and kind of at his shoulder, not quite like a shake, but also not like a grab, just kind of like, hey, buddy, you okay?
He doesn't seem to be here at the moment.
Oh.
He's having a straight up panic attack.
Problem.
I'll give that to you. He's having a panic attack.
Okay. Oh no. Great. So Uriel's having a panic attack, and there's an actual dagger in Matilda's side. Okay. So then Erebus is going to turn him also in the direction of the room that Grim has been shepherding people into, and just yell to Grim, get him out of here. And that'll be her turn.
And Grim will nod acknowledgement.
Okay. End of the round. Say is going to move and stand on top of this table, pull out her gun, and 2 ear-splitting shots just echo through the room, causing most people to freeze because not many people have heard a gun before. This is not clapping to get attention. This is literally her shooting a gun in the damn ceiling. Look of just fury on her face as she looks like she's trying to get everyone's attention, and succeeding. Kane, you're up.
Go ahead.
With everything breaking out, Kane has stood up and kind of leaned forward, his hands on the table, his eyes narrowing. As he doesn't look up as Say climbs onto the table and draws her gun. Instead, just kind of like sweeping the crowd. Then the gunshots go off. Does it elicit that kind of like stunned hush for a moment?
Yeah.
Then almost as though it were planned, he's going to speak directly into that hush. My friends, and I find myself using the term quite loosely, I insist you all behave yourselves. Now. And that's going to be it for his turn.
Okay. Want to roll me an intimidation check with advantage because Say is helping?
Sure.
As you all look over and you see, you
Appropriate.
guys didn't see the family resemblance. Like, oh yeah, they both have red hair, they're both elves, sure. When that look crosses their face, the family resemblance is strong.
Intimidation check with advantage. That's going to be 19.
All right. Most people start putting their weapons away. Eliana, you're up.
Nice.
All right. Following the gun and following the threats and a whole lot has happened. I think Eliana is going to. So is the cat fight still going on?
Cressida, Theodosia's not moving. Cressida is sitting, has kneeling over her, still got her straddled, pushing her hair back into place like she is a proper fucking lady, and even if she is in a cat fight, she is going to look good doing it, damn it.
Amazing. Well, what's gonna happen first is Eliana she'll move her way forward. She'll move her way forward. The two people who tried to make assassination attempts are paused over there, my lord, and she'll gesture to the two people whom she's currently got held. And then she's scanning what's going on with the rest of the group. And is Uriel going along with Grim, or is he still frozen up?
I think he's still frozen up.
Grim hasn't had a turn to actually do anything with
Yeah.
with Uriel since.
Oh, right. Erebus was trying to get him to go over there, and he hadn't. That's what happened. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. I think she'll use I think after having identified these two assassins for Lord Cairel for King Cairel to deal with as he sees fit. She's going to use the rest of her movement, approach Uriel. I think and I think lay a hand on his shoulder.
Okay.
Or whatever good that may or may not do. It might make it worse. I don't know.
Yeah, he's looking at you, but he's not looking at you. He definitely turns his head to look at you. He's looking through you.
Yeah.
Someone has a problem with assassins.
Oh, you don't say.
Understandably, yeah.
Can't imagine
Shocked
why.
to hear this. Absolutely shocked. Poor guy.
Yeah, she's gonna keep concentrating on her spell. And I think she's not gonna take further actions or reactions this time.
Okay.
Or bonus actions.
Sounds good. Scarin and Elray, you're up.
Sorry, it's just funny
It is.
that they exist.
Ellery's being dragged and holding onto Fugu and protesting. The party's things are under control. We can salvage this.
There's only one way that we can salvage this, my lord. And he's going to continue dragging him across the room.
Okay. I think he has to make a DC 10.
Yeah, he needs to. I think so. Technically, he was not. Technically, this doesn't meet criteria for a thing that he was holding the scare attack for. But Bosun absolutely would. Like, this guy is dragging his friend, and also possibly his next meal, are both leaving the party and don't seem happy about it. So if Bosun can fire, as Bosun would
I
like to
thought
take
you
an
said
opportunity
anytime
scare
if someone
attack.
tried to leave the room.
Anyone that Grim said said Bosun shouldn't leave the room.
Okay.
But if he's going to leave Bosun's range, Bosun technically gets an opportunity attack. And
Okay.
would like to take it. So yeah, it would be a DC 10. I think Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
He's a reskinned closet.
Get a move on, you dandy little. Ah, what is that?
Delightful.
That was a fail.
That's all.
All right. So is he now frightened?
He is frightened. Yes.
Is this the first time that Bosun has ever successfully frightened a humanoid?
No. Bosun successfully frightened Eliana way back when.
Oh, that's right.
But I think the first time since. He's never managed to frighten Quiche.
Quiche is unflappable.
Oh, that means Bosun is visible again. For the moment.
Just like that Reg and Bones are just standing there going, what in the fuck?
That wasn't there a second. Oh no. And he's gonna, well, on his turn, the Crops is gonna move away from Tentacle Puffin.
All right. I think he still has movement, so he promptly uses that to get away, dragging Elray towards. He's all discombobulated. I think he would get over here and bump into the orb, and then just to hell with it. And I think he's gonna hold on to Elray and grab the hem of his cloak and swirl it out around them both as there's a burst of smoke and brimstone, and they vanish. Scarin did not include the fish.
Oh no!
Is there a range on Watery Sphere?
Oh
You
no!
didn't bring Fugu? No!
Oh no!
So Fugu like floats in his bubble for a moment, and for this briefest of seconds, the fish finds peace and calm, and then the bubble,
Oh no!
and the fish flops on the ground, and then swells up.
Reg and Bones.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Bosun's got it covered.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Bosun will fix this, right?
One
Bosun
way
will
or
make
another.
it better, right?
One way or another. You don't know.
Oh my god. All
This
right.
is happening.
Okay, so last PC that went was Corinne, right?
Eliana.
Eliana.
Yeah.
Eliana went. Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't clicked forward in the turn order, but like I was like, I know where they land. What is wrong with me?
Mhm.
All right. Corinne, you're up.
Great. So I have seen creatures break free of Eliana's hold before. So just to be on the extra safe side, I'm going to kind of run over the table, attempt to whisk the tablecloth off of it and throw it over this person who is held.
Okay. Hold on. The entire map is gonna move. Just ignore it. I just need to hit
Okay.
Control Z. Okay. Blinding and grappling, or just blinding?
We're gonna try grappling. I don't think it's gonna go well, but we're gonna give it a shot. But also she's held, so that probably helps.
Okay. Now everyone's favorite. Bosun, you're up.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna have both because so this fish looks delicious, but also was a friend. So I'm gonna roll a wisdom save. What do we think the DC is for Bosun to not try to eat fugu?
Man, I'm gonna set it at 15.
We think just oh, that's a lot.
It is.
Hey!
Oh,
Bosun!
it's a
Okay.
friend.
Let me double check Bosun's speed.
Yes,
Bosun has a fly speed of 40. Great. Is Bosun's fly speed reduced if he's grappling the fish?
Yeah.
It's a tiny fish.
It's a tiny fish, and he's a bird made for carrying fish, so I'm gonna say no.
Okay, so Bosun is gonna fly over, pick up fugu in his bill as delicately as he's capable of doing.
Bosun has seen the pond.
His dex is 17, so it's pretty gentle. He's capable of being pretty gentle. So yes, it is going to 40 feet of movement with his move. I need to scroll. Whoops! I need to scroll up. And so can get fugu this far on this turn. Can Bosun try to? So that's with a move and a dash action. Can Bosun? The free item interaction is probably picking fugu up. So okay, Bosun will attempt to. So Bosun has nothing left to try to chuck fugu into the pond from here. So we'll try to gently place him in the pond next round.
Sounds good.
That's Bosun's turn.
Grim, you're up. Everyone is confused and starting to put away their weapons.
I made it through the turn without cracking up. I have another turn, but I need to recover from that turn. Okay, cool. Grim will. Has been given everything. The people who are good at fighting things seem to have that well in hand. 15 feet of movement towards Uriel. Sort of looks at Eliana. Just sort of a sort of like look of acknowledgement and sympathy, and then is going to basically attempt to grapple Uriel and drag him back into the to safety.
Yeah. Okay. Can you roll me a
Am I getting punched in the face?
You might get punched in the face. I'm not even
That's
gonna lie.
fair.
Can you roll me a grapple check, please?
Sure. I'm gonna use my last luck point because that was real bad. That's still pretty bad. 10.
Okay, give me a second.
Sure.
He shrugs you off, and like he's a big guy. It just doesn't you don't notice it because he's Uriel. He's a cinnamon roll. He's soft grandpa boy. He shrugs you right off, like.
I mean, Grim of all people is definitely considered Uriel's capacity for murder.
Actually, yeah, that's correct. You did think you were worried it was a murder. So you try to grapple him, and he just shoves you right back. He doesn't seem to do any damage, but he's going to do a shove. You can roll me Dex or Strength.
Does this constitute an attack?
I would say an attack, yeah.
Okay.
It's a shove attack. He's not going for damage, he's going for distance.
Yeah. So that is a 8.
Okay.
But please roll again.
Okay.
As just sort of the fabric of the universe bends a little bit.
You see the elbow coming at you to shove you out away from him, and you just kind of duck out the way. You're not moved, but you haven't grabbed him.
Okay, that's fair.
Hey, you.
I think I'm just sort of. I think belatedly, like they just sort of ran up behind Uriel. They were doing a job, like they were doing a thing that needed to be done for their friends, not including Uriel. I think sort of as like catches a sight of Uriel's face as they move and sort of like belatedly Grim knows a panic attack when they see one. Ducks the elbow, drops into awakened mind to Uriel. Sorry, didn't know. There's a safe room over there if you want one.
Okay.
And will
Ow.
use
off.
their
Sir. Merlin was the incorrect name for you. Clearly you do piercing damage.
We'll use 5 more feet of movement to step back, clearing the path to the wine room if Uriel wants it. That's Grim's turn.
Alright, down. Oh, sorry. Merlin jumped on my neck.
No,
Sorry, your cat is a vampire.
I apparently should not have been named Merlin, should have been named Strahd.
It's not too late.
No, Sam is convinced that he would outgrow any biting-based names.
Rowena's typing question marks into the chat, so
She's unconvinced.
yeah.
Great cat solidarity.
Erebus, you are up.
Okay. Okay. So Erebus waits only long enough for Grim to move before turning back and making her way over to Matilda, and getting between Matilda and the assassin. And then she has. Goodness. She also knows that hold person doesn't really last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
For a minute.
she.
End of concentration, or until somebody makes a successful save.
Yeah. So she is going to whip out her short swords and take a defensive position. She's not going to attack while the person is held, but she's at the ready. And 1 second, just checking something. Okay, actually, before she does that, she's going to use Cure Wounds on Matilda to help heal the damage, to just hold off until so she can get actual help. And then, once that's done, she's going to whip out her swords and have them at the ready, but not attack yet, because she doesn't want to attack a person that can't defend themselves. But also, she's ready.
Okay. End of the round.
Yes.
All right, Kane, what are you up to? Ordering servants? Are you...
At he had begun to order his servants when who was it that pointed out there were assassins in his home to him?
Yeah, Eliana pointed out these are the people who are the assassins, and they are both held.
So the first sign of like an emotion that breaks his calm is a slight widening of his eyes, and then a dark expression on his face as he follows you, the indication, direction you indicated, and he's going to lift a hand and just point over to the assassins. Bring them to me. And then he's going to look over at Elrine and give her quick instructions in Elvish to basically get these servants to start moving everyone to the gardens.
Yep. All right. As the servants are moved to the gardens, as Uriel starts to catch his breath and blink a few times, and as everything seems to calm down a little bit, we're going to call it for tonight.
Wow.
Ooh.
My goodness.
Great party, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. That escalated quickly.
Yeah, we know how to party, huh?
Wow.
Ain't no party like a Cairel party.
Because a Cairel party ends in murder.
Honestly, it's on brand.
It's not murder.
Yeah.
They're just quietly disappearing a couple of assassins. It's fine. Kitten,
Oh
you
my
have
goodness.
lost at least 3 dice. What up?
Merlin.
I was sure doing a lot of yelling there while on mute. How was it that with everything that happened,
boy.
the thing I'm most confused and concerned about is what the fuck was up with Scare?
Honestly, though.
I know, right?
Oh no, Fugu is frozen in permanently not knowing if he's gonna get to the water in time.
I think that just so we don't leave on a cliffhanger, the last thing that happens is that Bosun valiantly puts his friend Fugu into the water.
Yay!
Friendship.
And we're going to say it's
Fugu.
magic Pixar water so that all water is as salinated as needed.
I was just gonna
Yay.
say, I'm hoping this is a feature of Fancy Elvish Garden Parties.
It is, we're just going to hand wave it as Pixar magic.
It feels on brand, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a freshwater
Those
puffer fish.
Those druids really pulled out all the stops.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I have seen people with saltwater pools. So
Yeah,
it's not
a thing,
impossible.
yeah.
It's
do
enchanted
need-
so that the fish in them don't die.
I don't know who drew this
Oh,
fish, but
that's
can you
the
make him
enchantment.
smiling because he's happy now? That he's
That is a
Not
Rob
with
fish.
Delvey.
That is Rob's
Just
art
flip
right
the
there.
screaming mouth
round
upside down.
Oh, Merlin, what are your motives?
Wow.
Chaos.
What is your
Chaos,
motivation,
mother.
Cat?
Chaos.
I crave violence.
He keeps like climbing up. So there's like those fancy beanbag chairs, not like
Mm-hmm.
college dorm room beanbag chairs, but like I'm a grown up but I have a beanbag chairs. keeps climbing up that across my desk and then jumping onto my shoulders. Ow, so he can try and eat my ponytail. Sir.
Buddy.
Oh no.
Sir.
Oh.
Here, you see this baby sock? You see this baby sock? Ooh, go get the baby sock. Did not work.
Well, that was a very fun party. Thank you all for having me tonight.
Thank you.
Oh my
gosh, thanks for
joining
being
Oh
here.
us.
shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody. I can't hear you.
I hope you enjoyed your visit.
Oh, this was
and
fun.
Being terrified in
back.
so many different ways.
Yeah.
Merlin, unplug my microphone.
Oh gosh,
and
that was
headset.
fantastic.
So
Me
good.
and Rob compliment each other.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ah.
That was
Oh,
right.
thanks for
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
me.
I look forward to hearing how this turns out.
Same.
Yeah. This can only go well.
Yes,
This can
thanks so
only
much
go
for
well.
being here.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
got big shoes to fill with Elray and Scarin at the end
Yeah,
of the party.
that was
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh
Who's
my
Theodosia?
goodness.
We don't know.
Oh boy. All right, I got to get to bed. So have a good night.
Yeah, that was
everyone.
why I was
Yeah,
like,
same.
it's 10:30.
Take
I gotta
care,
call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a good
Good
night.
night,
Night.
everyone.